What's up?
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot?
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
Let me go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Actually, Tim Webb is here with me in the broadcast booth from Oracle Park, where the Giants won 2 of 3 but fell today to the Arizona Diamondbacks. We are going to catch up a little bit later with our guy Tim Ryan after the 49ers practice today. We found out it's a long shot now for Brock Purdy to play on Sunday, which we got to get into. And then at 5:30, Andrew Baggerly, who covers the Giants for The Athletic. So we're all kind of keeping an eye, I guess, still on what's going on with the New York Mets against the Phillies right now. I just heard John Miller say, as he was leaving the broadcast booth, that Juan Soto just picked up his 31st steal of the season, which is kind of incredible. But this is, today's game is a prime example of why the chance for them to make a playoff run or to get into the postseason is still such a razor-thin margin, or the odds are not great in terms of how they're going to do it, because 2 times through the rotation right now, you've got a situation like they had today where Carson Seymour has a start. You're basically going either with a bullpen game or you're going with a very young starter, a guy like Kai Tang, and they're hoping to get Carson Whisenhunt back, could activate him this weekend to take on the Dodgers. But still, you're looking at, 4 innings, 5 innings max out of that position. So it's a long shot. They've made it fun. A couple of good moments today. Rafael Devers with a ball that, was almost one of the farthest home runs ever hit in this ballpark that you'll see out to that part of the stadium. But not getting a hit for as long as they went today, writing was kind of on the wall, and this is kind of what 500 teams will do. They've put themselves in a hole here that they're going to have to win a lot of games in a short period of time if they're going to maintain this pace. But I just fear they don't have enough pitching, and as it stands right now, Phillies are up bottom of the first 2-0 on the Mets.
Yeah, they're scoring runs right now. They got Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, and even Patrick Bailey hitting home runs. But you and I talked about it yesterday off the air where, you're confident in the days where Logan Webb pitches. You're confident in the days where Robbie Ray pitches. You're confident even in the days when Justin Verlander pitches if the bullpen can hold. But it's the Carson Seymour days. It's the Kai Tang days. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for the Giants to make the playoffs now, and we'll see what happens. It's still on the table, and we'll see what happens with the Mets. The Mets have a hard schedule to end the season, but they're pretty much going to have to go damn near perfect the rest of the way. Let's see what happens against the Dodgers, and they're not playing their best baseball right now, but I attribute this loss to one person and one person only, Copes.
I know.
And I know that Carson Seymour got the loss, but the fact that the Tim Reaper was in the booth today is all that we need to say why the Giants didn't complete the sweep.
I was saying Tim now 0-1 in days where he works in the Giants broadcast booth.
0-1 now.
Yeah,
I think that's all we need. And I know
you're going Stephen A. Smith, quite frankly, that's all you need.
Yeah, that's all of the resume we need. And I think that DC should have told John Miller about, Tim's jinx ways. So never
Tim's
again.
Jinxing ways.
Never again.
Jinxie cat Tim.
Yes.
Tim mistake of the day. It's easy to blame Tim, so we do. There wasn't anything else after that. That's kind of all we have to say.
It's an easy joke.
That. When I'm not there, and I'm live in the broadcast booth here at Oracle Park with the Giants fellas, 5-2 was the final right there.
5-3.
5-3, excuse me. They got that ground.
A reverse of yesterday's score.
Reverse of yesterday, yeah. And it could have gotten interesting if Devers leaves the ballpark.
Right.
Dude, where did that hit? Did that hit, like Marcus and Greg Silver and I were sitting together, and young Tony, and we were trying to figure out exactly where that hit. I pulled up my YouTube TV on my phone so we could kind of re-look at that replay, but it looked like it hit like right off the facing of the. Yeah. It's called that like the molding there. That
it
cement.
was that close.
It was almost. It's almost identical. It feels like to the spot where Patrick Bailey hit his inside the park walk-off home run.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the ball didn't ricochet off. It almost hit like in between the bricks and that flat awning, that flat facing there.
So
I don't
close.
Know, it was so close. It was a pretty majestic shot too.
I know.
And sort of funny that he only like cruised into second base. Anybody else with any kind of speed, it's also gone. It's got to be gone in 30 ballparks.
I know, but like
29 other ballparks.
The damn irony of the situation where the Giants pitching may prevent them from making the postseason when we said that was the strongest thing for a good majority of the season. Like I don't. It's just hard right now, and I know that you would totally make those trades at the deadline. You're not going to go do revisionist history, but you got to believe they would have preferred right now to have Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval in their bullpen. And Carson Whisenhunt or,
You just wish you had some more of that depth. But again, had they hit like this prior to
yes,
those trades, they wouldn't be in that situation.
Absolutely.
We can't erase that they were swept by the Pirates and went 0-6 on that homestand. Remember, it was the worst homestand they'd had in like the San Francisco era, basically. I think since they moved here.
They had to do it.
It's been a generation since that had happened.
It's just now, like from Saturday night where Ryan Walker, blew the game, and today, with Carson Seymour, like they're, you want better starting pitching right now. So that's the big thing to me that may prevent them making the postseason. I think they're playing really good baseball. I mean, offensively, they turned it around. No one's saying anything right now about Pat Burrell or Matt Williams or even Bob Melvin.
Because they're winning right now.
Exactly.
And they've been winning by good margins, right? It hasn't been a lot of razor-thin games. And they were in a lot of those because they were incapable of scoring runs early in the year.
Right.
They're also playing teams that are in September now, into mid-September, who aren't going anywhere either. The Cardinals are a team that's been kind of fallen back into contention, not because they played their way into it, but because the Mets have sank down. The Giants had to play their way back into it, getting above 500. So, I mean, it would be ironic if somebody other than the Mets takes this third wild card spot, because it would mean the Mets fell apart and they didn't handle business.
I have a hard time believing that.
They were holding on to a pretty good lead there, and they've paid so much money to be in the position that they're in. It would just be fun. I mean, it would be sort of silly that a team like the Giants, who sold the deadline, and that's why, I mean, as Buster said, stranger things have happened. I just say that's not a plan, and I don't think, that was kind of his point, is we're not completely out of it, but a lot has to turn around and do so fast, and it didn't. So it took a period of time for that to happen. My point here is that since they fell into the spot on like August, I don't know, 19th or 9th or something like that, where they were the worst team in baseball at one point since the Devers trade, they've been the best team in baseball since that. Like since nearly the end of
it might be too little, too late. Yeah,
it may be, but I think this stuff builds on itself. I think this stuff is, considering there will be a handful of these players back next year. I think the hope is that some of this snowballs or can carry over next year. You're not going to have Adames in the first year in a new city. Same with Devers. Chapman's been familiar with the place now. When he drives in a run, when he hits a home run, the Giants have an incredible record. So I don't believe they can run back everything they've got this year. I think there has to be changes.
No, definitely.
I don't know if that means coaching or front office.
Right.
But, as you said, Bob Melvin's not getting credit. They're playing with more energy. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Like I was, people were upset about him being a chill when things are falling apart and bottoming out and they're not firing guys up. I didn't think firing guys up was the issue. I just feel like the responsibility of a team that's underperforming has to fall on somebody, and at some point,
of course,
it's the manager. At the point they're at right now, I mean, I don't know that he gets credit for that. They get credit for turning things around and maintaining momentum and putting guys in a position to succeed. They also kind of painted themselves into a corner where it was, let's get a look at some guys. Let's look at Matos again. Let's look at Drew Gilbert. We'll platoon those. I mean, that's a managerial decision, sure, but it's also an organizational buster decision. So they deserve some credit there for some of the pieces that they found this year, for some of the pieces that have seemed to maybe develop a bit more into something, but I don't know. Does everybody feel good about running back next year with just Gilbert and Matos as your right fielders?
Well, how much
do you want the same roster again?
How much do you believe on, having a strong finish could build upon the following season? Because
I'm not huge on that. I think it's more individual based for players.
Right.
That's you know what I mean? I don't think it's like this momentum will carry and this team will start hot because they ended hot this year.
Yeah.
I'm more about
that really happens.
It's more about
sometimes it does, but
right. It's more about a confidence thing because baseball is so confidence based. It's more like now Willy Adames isn't in the first year in this ballpark.
Right.
He knows how it plays. He's been here. There's no new shine to it. Like, for me, that's more, it's good to have that success for him at the end of the year so that going into next year, remember how sad he was?
Yeah, of course.
He was like, dude, this is the least fun I've ever had playing ball. Like, I hope and I feel like some of that has turned around.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last night he's doing the postgame show, and he's getting, water splashing him, so he's having a good time. But, yeah I'm not worried about Rafael Devers or Willy Adames anymore. There's still some question marks with Patrick Bailey and other players on this team, but even Elia Ramos to me, but me and Kerry Crowley were talking about it the week that you were out, where can you bank on just having a strong finish? That means it's going to carry over for next season.
No, of course not.
Does that mean that Bob Melvin, of course, is going to keep his job? I don't know right now. But, it's just the fact that it may be too little too late. Let's see what happens against the Dodgers. But, yeah, I do think the injuries, Randy Rodriguez not being out there and Lander Rube not being your third starters may hurt them. But you look at the schedule remaining for the Mets. They're going to finish up their 4-game series with the Phillies on Thursday, tomorrow. And then they have a 3-game series against the Rangers. The Rangers are fighting for themselves.
A wild card spot, yeah.
Exactly. Then they have a 3-game series against the Padres. Padres, they're still trying to overcome, or I guess separate themselves from the Mets. in the wild card standings, or even trying to get the National League West. They play the Nationals 3 times. Then they play the Cubs. The Cubs may have things locked up already for the wild card at that point, but it's not easy for the Mets the rest of the way. I don't like playing the schedule game in baseball.
Well, here it is. The Mets have the 4th hardest schedule remaining in the National League. So here's the thing again that I said about the Giants. While the Giants do have 7 left against the Dodgers, their remaining strength of schedule is still the easiest of any of the teams that are within a couple of games of them for the wild card spot, the Mets included. So the Mets, St. Louis has the hardest schedule left in the National League. Arizona's 2nd. Cincinnati's 3rd. Mets are 4th. Dodgers are 5th. And then you cruise on down the list. The Cubs are in the middle of the pack there. The Giants are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th easiest remaining in the National League. The Padres are the easiest schedule remaining in baseball by their opponents, and they have to play, like the Mets have to play the Pods. So, like, the Mets have a tough schedule. The Giants have an easier schedule.
Yeah.
But they still get 7 against the Dodgers.
I know.
Again, if you go 1-6 or you go 2-5 in those 7,
that may be all the difference.
That could bury you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's tough, and we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be electric at the ballpark on Friday night with Justin Verlander going up against Shohei Ohtani. But, yeah, I think the only exciting thing today, Copes, was Ferris and Cameron on the Jumbotron.
Dude, that was fantastic. I don't know what that was about. Was that a plant?
I guess. I mean, Danny was telling me the details, and I saw it on the broadcast.
I saw it in the stadium, and they just showed him in the stands, and I was like, that's hilarious. And then later on, they did the twist and shout. I mean, it looked like 2 guys at a day game. One dude was dressed like Cameron.
Hit it, Danny.
He's wearing the Gordie Howe jersey.
Yeah, I mean,
dude dressed like Ferris is in the white T-shirt and the leather or the leopard vest.
Look, I'm all in favor of having a Ferris and a Cameron, but if you're going to do that, you got to have a Sloan because Sloan was a babe.
Yeah, but she wasn't sitting there with him in the seats at that scene.
Was she not?
It's odd because she's with them, and I always wonder that. I don't know if maybe she is, and I'm forgetting.
She's at the baseball game.
Kennedy, so wing batter. Do you get a clip from those guys?
We had a little Ferris Bueller's Day Off action between innings. A couple of fans came to the ballpark. One dressed like Ferris Bueller from that old movie, and the other had a Detroit Red Wings jersey on, like his buddy Cameron. Where was the girlfriend, though?
See?
Sloan. Where's Sloan?
Come on.
See, even John Miller's like, we all know that Sloan was a babe.
How about when he pretends to be Sloan's dad to go pick her up from school?
So that's how they do it in their
family.
Huh?
Yeah, Rooney watches her kiss him. Dude.
Abe Froman, huh? The Chicago, the sausage king of Chicago.
Yo, Abe Froman, the sausage king of Chicago.
I think you're being very snooty. What? Snotty, even.
Snooty, snotty. Yeah. At one point, he drops I suggest you take the children back to the clubhouse. I have to call the police.
Dude, I love John Miller. John Miller acknowledging Sloan. Where the hell is Sloan?
Where is Sloan, dude? That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Giants fall to the D-backs. They are now just 2.5 back of the New York Mets, who are taking on the Phillies in Philadelphia, and the Phillies are up right now. I'll give you an update on that score. We'll update you throughout the game. They're top of the second. Phillies up 2-0 on the Mets, so the Giants can hold serve here at 2 games back. The Dodgers come to town after an off day, a home off day tomorrow. 7 more against the Dodgers, plus you still get the Rockies, the D-backs, and the Cardinals to wrap up the season.
There you go.
Here in San Francisco. All right, more to come here on Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm live from the broadcast booth at Oracle Park. We got some not so good news on Brock Purdy.
Not great. More clarity on Brock Purdy's status for Sunday, and it sounds like from Kyle, it's going to be a long shot.
Yeah, this is not a great situation to be in here week 2.
They're playing the Saints.
They're playing the Saints. You do have Mac Jones. I mean, the Saints should be a bottom team in the NFL. We'll talk more about this next. Brock Purdy now a long shot to play on Sunday in New Orleans week 2. We've got audio from Kyle Shanahan on Brock's status. We'll get into that next. Can Mac Jones lead the 49ers to victory? It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday, only here on The Sports Leader.
Where was the girlfriend, though?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Taco Bell. You know I love Taco Bell. I'm at the ballpark now. I'm close to a Taco Bell, the location that I frequent the most. One right down here on 3rd and Townsend. Actually, Tim and Derek and I will be out here on the patio at the ballpark on Friday, and we will be living Moss just like you should be after you download the Taco Bell app to unlock rewards and exclusive access. You know, every time you buy something in the Taco Bell app, you're going to earn a point on every dollar. That's not just in the app. That's on a kiosk or at the drive-thru as well. Plus, when you join the Taco Bell rewards, they're going to hook you up with some free food. How about that? How many people are hooking you up with free stuff just for joining for free? You download the rewards app, you sign up, and they're going to let you choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. They're hooking you up just for signing up. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Plus, you'll be the first to hear about some new menu launches and member-only events. And as I said, the best place to do all this, it's right down here downtown, just off 3rd and Townsend, a block from the stadium. The perfect spot to grab a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the stadium. And if you're looking for something after the game, stop on by, have a beer, and keep the good times rolling. Stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink, good food, maybe even a Baja Blast. And your taste buds will thank you. And don't forget to live Moss.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, he spoke today and said that Brock Purdy is a long shot for Sunday's game against the Saints in New Orleans. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-5627 or on our socials at KNBR.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. No Tim Webb. We got Danny Dunn on the ones and twos today. I'm live from the broadcast booth at Oracle Park. Giants fell to the D-backs this afternoon. Still in the hunt here for that third wild card spot. We'll keep updating you on the Mets and the Phillies. The Mets are up right now. The Mets are trailing the Phillies right now in the second. 2-0 in Philadelphia. But we got pressing stuff with Brock Purdy here. Brock Purdy now, per Kyle Shanahan, a long shot to play on Sunday. Mac Jones would be the starter. They went about practice today without Purdy as a participant and are preparing to play this week as if Mac Jones is going to be their starter. Let's get right to what Kyle Shanahan had to say. Here's Kyle being asked about Brock's status for Sunday and how long this could be.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Yeah, and he also elaborated saying that it's possible it's a multi-week issue.
We really played that, Cat?
Yeah, I mean,
that's
the other ones are kind of quick, but yeah.
That was the long one?
That was a long one. The other ones are like, they ask him, is it a multi-week issue? And he's like, possibly.
He said it's possible. Yeah. That's the other thing. Is he said it's possible Brock could be out multiple weeks with this injury. So,
yeah.
That's of significance.
And the toe is worse than the shoulder. We knew that from the teleconference the other day. He knew he sustained the injury during the game in Seattle.
In the second quarter, they said near the end of the first half, he scrambled for 7 yards. He was hit by Love, and he goes down. And, he didn't really show signs of it throughout the game. Kyle said he knew he was dealing
he got it
with
through.
He got it through. He made some plays. He continued to scramble. I will add, I don't think he scrambled as much in the second half. I remember thinking, man, there's a couple of plays where I thought he looked mobile. Don't get me wrong. He didn't look immobile or like he was limping or anything of that nature. But just that I did think he and maybe this had nothing to do with it. I just thought he could have moved out of a couple of different situations, but in general played okay. I guess the concern here is we talked about this at the preseason.
Those plants look awfully thirsty.
Oh, yeah, he needs to water the plants now.
Time to water these plants.
Yeah, Mr. KNBR watering the plants now.
Drink up, plants. Time to water.
Yep, he's watering the plants. And that's what Mr. KNBR is doing right now while we were in the middle of talking about Brock Purdy. All right. Copes, continue. Yeah, I know, that bit, very ill-timed, but I got to say, pretty hilarious.
Was it? I don't know, man.
I know Van was out there enjoying it.
Here's more on Kyle Shanahan. They asked him about the details of Brock's injury and the significance of it within the game against Seattle.
Can you say he has turf toe?
Do you want me to? That's a generic thing for anything on the bottom of the big toe, and since it's halfway between the side and the bottom, that's why we don't say turf toe, but it's the third time you've asked me, so I'll call it turf toe for you if you want.
A lot of medical.
What's that?
You've gained a lot of medical knowledge since
Really,
Friday.
I just prepare for you, so I memorize something before I come in and hope it'll not lead to a fifth question about his big toe that you want to call turf toe. That's kind of turf toe.
This was my first Brock Purdy toe question.
Phone call.
Well, go check the transcript.
I feel like I can tell by your tone. Where's you?
Is it what foot is it on? Is it the big toe?
That I don't have to say.
That was an interesting back and forth with Kyle in the media. Was that Eric Branch?
Yeah, it was a lot of people, but I liked how everybody from the 49ers beat turned into Quentin Tarantino and Rex Ryan. Just be like, give me the details about those toes.
Yeah, give me the toes. Tell me about the feet, dude. Well, Kyle, it's so funny because he was very terse the other day about it when he talked about it and didn't give any details. Said it just says here it's toe.
Yeah.
Right? And what's funny is I wondered that later on in the day as I continued to think about Brock's feet. I was like, I wonder.
Sounding like Greg Papa
it's
there.
so funny because I initially, yeah, right. I was under Brock's feet before anyone. Dude, like I initially, I wonder if everybody else had the same thought. When they said toe, I assumed it was big toe. Did you in your head? Because then as we went through
I never
the day,
know.
I never did, but then as I continued to think, I was like,
Copes, to me,
I guess he could have broken another toe. He could have broken a toe. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, it could have been anything.
Yeah.
They were so vague about it that this is the first time. Did he confirm it was big toe here? Because he said
No.
he did say turf toe is on the bottom of the foot, bottom of the big toe. This is on the side to whatever. So we don't call it turf toe. I was kind of unclear on that.
Yeah, it's a little unclear, but I always treat every toe equally, Copes, whether it's the big toe or the pinky toe at the end. But
There was no debate about this.
Well, I know, no, but you asked me, like, did you automatically think it was the big toe? I have no idea.
Your mind didn't go to big toe?
No, I mean,
nobody's ever said toe to you and you immediately thought middle toe.
Yeah, sometimes.
There's no way that's
a toe
where
is a
your
toe.
mind. No,
all toes are created equally.
No, they're not, because everybody's mind immediately goes either big toe or pinky toe. Nobody's like, yeah, your index toe.
Well,
Nobody's
in the words of Jerry Seinfeld or George Costanza, the big toe is the captain of the toes.
That's it. Well, of course, the big toe it reigns the highest usually. Sometimes you get a taller toe in the middle.
I think it was interesting though that Kyle did not want to come out and say 100% that it's a turf toe, but he kind of like made Eric Branch happy just by saying turf toe. My initial reaction when he said toe and didn't want to say it was turf toe, I thought he broke a toe. That was my reaction. But I guess he's just saying it's turf toe for the sake of turf toe. Maybe I don't want to ask him about toes tomorrow, but I don't know. Like, yeah, like it's not a great situation. It could be multiple weeks where he's not out there, and I know it was a veteran day for a lot of players, but Christian McCaffrey didn't practice as well, nor did Trent Williams and Juwan Jennings. So, we'll see how things develop as the week progresses. But, yeah, long shot for Brock Purdy to play on Sunday. And, yeah, we'll see if this toe thing hinders him for multiple weeks.
Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about Mac Jones. So Mac Jones last year, by the way, he was with Jacksonville.
Yes.
He was the number 19 or something of the Patriots? Can't remember exactly the number draft pick.
I think it was 15.
It was 15, okay. He made 7 starts last year, though, when Trevor Lawrence was injured in Jacksonville. He went 2-5 in those games, a 65.3% completion percentage. Adrian Martinez is the, quote, unofficial third-string quarterback. He's on the practice squad right now.
Right.
He's never attempted an NFL pass, and he wasn't even with the Niners.
Oh.
In preseason. Now, I know they did. I was going to add they worked out Mike White today.
Yes,
former Jets and Dolphins quarterback White Mike. White Mike is what I like to call him.
Or the creator of White Lotus and or Ned Schneebly.
Yeah, different guy.
Yeah,
and finalist on Survivor. He'll be on season 50 coming up in the fall. Don't you know? Anyway, and of course White Mike, just a guy, our boss. As a White Mike.
That's true.
This guy, though, played for the Dolphins, played for the Jets, and actually had some good games for the Jets, I thought, a few years ago, and thought maybe he should have gotten a little bit more run when he stepped in for Zach Wilson, who was their quarterback at the time. Anyway, here's Kyle Shanahan talking about Mac Jones and kind of his connection with Kendrick Bourne and how he's thrown the ball so far this year.
I think Mac knows how to play the position. He can play well in the pocket, distributes the ball well, sees coverage as well, can play fast in there. He's got a lot of good film from the NFL with his experience and obviously college. Tough guy who'll hang in there and deliver the ball where it needs to go. They're real similar in terms of how they play the game. They're both extremely tough. They both can distribute the ball. I don't know who has a faster 40. Brock could say he's a little bit better of a scrambler, but they're close to similar. I think not totally. It's good that it doesn't hurt. Mac's got a feel for KB and stuff like that, but it's not a big deal since it's such a new offense right now for him.
Yeah, so I think a little bit too much is being made of the Mac Jones Kendrick Bourne connection. I don't know how many plays or packages or even routes are going to be out there for Kendrick Bourne. As he said, it's a new system for him. He just got here. There's not going to be...
That was 2 seasons ago, too.
...the entire playbook available to him even this weekend, right? He just got here. He's just getting up to speed. So I don't anticipate that's a major thing. For me, it's more about the experience. Is that they have an experienced backup, a guy who fits the offense and the system a little bit more. I think he's a better thrower of the ball than either of the guys they had last year. I trust him more than I would have trusted Josh Dobbs or Brandon Allen to win a game for them last season. I trust him more, honestly, than I would have trusted Sam Darnold 2 years ago, mostly because Darnold, again, as I pointed out yesterday, he hadn't done what he's done now for us to think about him in the light that we do now.
Yeah.
Right. He was still a guy who was trying to work his way back into some prominence and change the course of his career with the season he had last year, and probably did so with the season he had as Brock Purdy's backup. So this might be the most confident I've been in a 49er backup in some time. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to light the world on fire. He also does have a decent matchup here against New Orleans.
Right.
So, the 49er run game is all based and predicated on running the football, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to rely on Christian McCaffrey. More of the playbook will be available to Brian Robinson, and then Mac Jones is a guy who has won games in this league, has played for at the highest level of college football. No lights are going to be too bright for him. This is nothing like a situation they had last year. And interesting, real quick here, Nick Bosa had an interesting quote on Mac Jones. He said, "I like Mac a lot. I'm getting to know him this camp, and I think he's really popped on tape throughout camp." And this is the part that's interesting. He said, if Mac does start, I think it's more advantageous for him to start right now earlier in the year when he's gotten some real reps recently. And it's not 10 weeks into the season when he's only taking scout team snaps and he's getting pinballed around by the D-line and the scout team. I actually think that's a bright side.
That's an interesting perspective to have
I hadn't
because
thought about that. I thought that was a wide scope on Nick from Bosa there.
well, yeah, because in practice right now it's usually the first team quarterback getting most of the reps, and then that's totally accurate. And I was there the day that Mac Jones was scrimmaging against the Denver Broncos, and he threw a great deep ball to Jordan Watkins. But let's be real here too. Kyle was all in favor of Mac Jones being his starting quarterback before they drafted Trey Lance, before they found Brock Purdy. So, and he talked about it right there that they're similar in their skill set. Obviously, Brock Purdy's a better quarterback, but this is why they signed him. This is why they signed Mac Jones to be the backup quarterback, because maybe you don't skip a beat a little bit. It's the same offense. You don't have to change it like you did a year ago when you go from Brock Purdy to Josh Dobbs. And I know a lot is made about Mac Jones, the NFL, and some people call him a bust already. Let's be real. His development was hindered by Bill Belichick. That first season, he had Josh McDaniels, and Josh McDaniels left to go to the Raiders. After that, do you remember who his offensive coordinator was?
Yeah, he had a combination of offensive coordinator. He had, it was Matt Patricia.
Yep.
Who was all of a sudden calling offensive plays instead of being a defensive coordinator.
Absolutely.
Which he'd been for the entirety of his career. And then did he have like Joe Judge or somebody?
Joe Judge and Matt Patricia.
He was like a special teams guy who, for the Patriots, who had taken the job as the Giants head coach.
Yes, but he
got fired, then came back, and all of a sudden he and Patricia were sharing play call duties for the Patriots. That was absurd.
Yeah, absolutely was absurd. I never heard anything like that. But yeah, Matt Patricia, defensive coach for all of his career, and then calling offensive plays for Mac Jones. And then, yeah, Joe Judge did have more familiarity with offense. He was a wide receiver coach at one point, but the two of them, I mean, it doesn't really matter that they failed as head coaches in the league, but really no experience as offensive play callers. Now, Mac Jones did have the Boston College head coach, Bill O'Brien, as his offensive coordinator his last year, and Mac Jones did not play well. But, yeah, I think that, as I was saying the other day, the same thing with Sam Darnold. I think that offensive coaches could get the best out of, potential players in this league. Like, same thing right now with Shane Steichen and Daniel Jones. I think that he sees a skill set there. The same thing that Kyle saw in Sam Darnold, the same thing that Kevin O'Connell saw in Sam Darnold. So I know that Mac Jones has failed as a quarterback up to this point, but I do think that he could fill in pretty well for Brock Purdy.
All right, we got to take a quick break. We're going to talk to our guy, Tim Ryan's going to join us coming up at 4:50. We'll talk more about what he's seen from Mac Jones, maybe the differences between Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, and what we could see this weekend. When we come on back, Kyle Shanahan also commented on Jake Moody's departure. We'll hear from Kyle on moving on from the third-round draft pick from 2023. Eddie De Niro is your kicker now for the 49ers. Tim Ryan at 4:50, Andy Baggerly at 5:30. More to come. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line with me. Steve, we talk to you about all sorts of tax issues, and one that comes up frequently is questions about the ERC. There's so much changing. What do people need to know today?
There's the big three. One, there are people that have literally been waiting years for their ERC, and they still haven't gotten the money. Now, whatever amount of money you think you're entitled to, it's going to be more because the government pays interest. There's three different ways for us to hurry them up. That's what we need to do. We need to hurry them up and get that money in your hand. Or if you got a letter from the IRS saying you don't qualify, no ERC for you. The government is being accused of doing what's called batch disallowances, where they're using AI and they're just disallowing them by the batch. They don't even know if you qualify or not. We have to appeal those. Or if the government's doing an audit to determine if you're qualified to get it or if they want the money back. So the bottom line, the big three: 1, you didn't get your check. We want to hurry them up. 2, they said you weren't entitled to it. We want to appeal. Or 3, you're being audited. We want to represent you. We do everything for you. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, "Hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now."
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
And the no job is too dirty thing?
Say it again?
When he's like, no job is too dirty. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's not even remotely true.
No. There's a lot of dirty jobs out there.
Like, the dirty is relative to the industry that we're in and what we've done in this industry. You know what I mean? Like, nothing we've done would ever register on dirty jobs.
No, the Mike, what's his name, Mike Rowe?
Is that his name? Mike Rowe. Yeah.
Mike
right.
Rowe, yeah.
I don't think.
No, not a
think
dirty
anything-
job.
no, you
It's a
kidding?
dirty industry.
Would never. It's not even close.
No.
No job is too dirty.
No
I'm like-
job is too
I'm
dirty
like,
for
dude,
these three.
We're disrespecting so many people who are listening across the Bay Area have much dirtier jobs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anybody who's working in the medical field or first responder, I mean, anything like that is a dirtier job.
Hey, we don't promote
It's
any
your
of
hands
the lead-in voiceovers for our show. Whether it's that or if it's Giants baseball, it's dirty work.
It's kind of funny that those are the only two they made for us.
Yeah, I can't
Did you
remember.
notice that?
Is there anything else?
I think those are the only two. If it's Giants baseball, it's dirty work. Where no job is too dirty is the other
If it's
one.
Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with
Yeah, we got that one. And then there's the one we just heard.
Is that it, Danny? Is that all we have? I think so.
I think it's been almost a year.
Yeah.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa
Oh, this is the generic.
on your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR.
All right, yeah. That's they just kind of
Yeah.
they cut ours into
Very,
something
very
else.
generic ones, yeah.
They cut ours into something else they already had made.
Yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean? They just cut our names in. Let's hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say about Jake Moody and his departure before we talk to Tim Ryan, who's going to be on the call on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. It'll be Carlos Ramirez on the call on Sunday.
Yes, it will.
Carlos Ramirez with Tim Ryan. And also, by the way, Carlos is going to be on tomorrow with Greg Silver. They're going to be live from the 49ers facility.
Very
down
nice.
They'll be down at Tasman, down at Levi Stadium.
For a football power hour with T-Rock.
How about that? And T-Rock joins us in just a few minutes here. All right, here's Kyle on Jake Moody's departure. Kyle, on why he went with Eddie Pinheiro. I mean, I feel like it's kind of an obvious answer.
Yeah, it is.
He's the best guy available.
Yep.
Here's Kyle on why.
Everyone felt he was the best option. When I
There you
look
go.
at just his history, I like how it shows how accurate he's been. I think that was the strongest thing that stuck out. And he's got a lot of experience.
Yeah. He gave me a list of kickers, and he had the best percentage in his career, so we went with him.
I looked down the list, and he was the top name, and the percentage was the best.
I
so
want
rolled with
Eddie.
him. Dude, I like that soundbite we had from him yesterday, Eddie Pinheiro.
I could kick the ball
He said,
very
name's-
hard.
He said, my name's Eddie Pinheiro, and I kicked the ball really, really far.
Yeah.
Is it good enough for me?
That's all we need,
As long
man.
as I go through the uprights. All right, more from Kyle Shanahan here on the Jake Moody situation. Why he moved on from Moody. I feel like this is kind of a simple answer too, but
It's a little longer.
But
It's a little longer.
But let's see what he's like. It's as simple as did you see him miss that?
He didn't say that.
You see that one? Did you see that? He's like, you guys remember the Super Bowl, right?
Did you see my
Here's-
reaction on the sideline?
he's
Come
like,
on.
He's like, you know why? He's like, come on. What are you guys really asking me this for? Here's Kyle on Moody.
I think by where it got to, there wasn't that much of a decision. It's always tough with that, especially when you have a talented guy. I have some experience with that in my past. I remember when I was in Washington, I didn't have that experience, and our kicker lost us a game. And I remember how adamant I was when I went into the head coach's office and said, you need to make a change. Like, what are we doing? He snapped at me and said, you don't know kickers. This guy's really talented. We got to give him some time. I'm not going to watch him go be a Pro Bowler for someone else. Then 2 weeks later, he missed a kick and lost us a game. So I felt like validated. I was like, told you, which I was right for like a day. Because then the next year he went on to be a Pro Bowler and the highest paid kicker in the league for the next 3 years for another team. So there's things that you kind of think about. It's tough with a kicker. I think Jake's got a chance to have a hell of a future. He is that talented. But when it gets to that spot where it is, we all know how last year ended. We know how everyone was looking at him. And obviously when it gets to that point, you can see it affecting him from a mental game. Then you don't have much choice. Yeah, you got to move on, and hopefully Eddie will come in here and do the job.
Okay. That story's fascinating on multiple levels because he refers to his time
His
in
dad is
Washington.
the head coach?
Yeah, the head coach of the team. He snapped at me, Mike Shanahan, and I think he's talking about Graham Gano as the kicker back then.
Yeah.
That went on to be the highest paid kicker. But the fact that he says that story of how like he felt validated by saying this kicker's not going to pan out makes me believe even more that he wanted to draft somebody else. He wasn't in favor of drafting Jake Moody from the get-go. Not even just Jake Moody, but a kicker in general in the third round. And I'm sure John was like, it's a position of need that we have to have. So I'm sure for the last 3 seasons now, he's wrestled with having Jake Moody as his kicker.
I'm sure that leaves a bad taste in his mouth since he's not a kicker guy.
Yeah.
He's just not. And he sort of said that attitude-wise over the last few years. I pointed out last year when Jake went down and they were looking at kickers, and he said in his first interview about him, I don't know, I haven't seen any names yet. They're taking a look at them today. Because, again, it's like he doesn't – I want to say he doesn't know kicking, but it's certainly not his expertise. And I think he would admit, like,
of course,
I'm going to have somebody else whose expertise is that take a look at that, because all I know is makes and misses. What they can tell me is all the other stuff that's going to go into what it is that this guy does well. I was thinking that Kyle's saying I went into the head coach's office and it was his dad. It's a lot like you when you used to produce Greg's
Yeah,
show.
I know.
I was going to talk to the host. Like, your dad?
No. not even the host. Just say, like,
Greg.
I need to talk to Greg. And everybody's like, you mean dad? I'm like, yeah, or whatever. Piss off, everybody.
It's funny how you call him Greg. I get a kick out of that.
Come on, we're at work. I'm not going to call him daddy to everybody. Come on now.
Do you call him Greg at home?
Call him man.
You call him man?
Hey, what's up, man? You need that burger over there, man? I don't know. I don't call him dad. I just call it.
It's better than what he calls you at work.
Yeah. Thanks, Danny.
What's he calling me?
I don't even know what that means,
What's that mean, Danny? What do you stay out of this, Dan? What does that have to do with anything? What are you talking about?
Danny's just trying to riff. It's
all right,
good.
here's one more here from Kyle Shanahan. Just press some buttons, all right, Dan. Asked, was it hard to have this conversation with Jake Moody? Here you go.
I don't think it's that hard to have because I think it is what it is. I mean, I think he knows he wouldn't disagree with us. I mean, he lost his he'd have to say why, but it looked like he lost his confidence and he wasn't kicking the ball well enough, and it was way too inconsistent. So once that happens, and when your stroke in golf is changing all the time and you're trying to fix things, trying not to miss, it's very hard to succeed at this level that way. And there wasn't anything I had to beat around the bush on. He knew that, and to a degree, I think this will give him a chance to move on and hopefully find a place where he can get his swag back in that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a conversation you need to have. When you cut a player, you have to cut a player. And it's not like he went about it in a ruthless fashion. Like, I remember Bill Parcells reportedly cutting, I want to say his name was Jose Cortez, the old 49ers kicker from back in the day.
He kicked in the XFL.
Yes, but I mean, he cut him right in the locker room, right then and there after a game. So,
like he walked up to him and said, "You're gone."
Yeah, like literally, like he missed a kick. I've heard Jimmy Johnson do this. I've heard Bill Parcells do this. Mike Ditka, the old guard of coaches back in the day. So, yeah, I mean, it's a hard conversation to tell somebody you don't have a job anymore, but it's part of the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that dude. Cowboys kicker Jose Cortez.
Yeah,
former 49er. Dude, he missed a 29-yarder.
Mm-hmm.
in a 13-10 loss. Oh, my God, dude.
Yeah.
Cowboys kicker Jose Cortez missed a 29-yard field goal in a 13-10 loss to the Seattle Seahawks. Cowboys signed, Sean Swisham to take his place.
There you
He was
go.
a rookie at the time. Ended up kicking for a long time in the NFL.
Yeah.
Quote, just been erratic with things. Cowboys head coach Bill Parcells said, he goes on to say Cortez was, quote, terrible during pregame warmups.
Yeah.
Cortez was 12 of 16 and 3 of 6 on attempts longer than 40.
Yeah.
Oof.
Dude,
No good.
Bill Parcells did that with a couple kickers. I remember him releasing Mike Vanderjagt in the preseason. No, I mean, Kyle went about it more tactfully than Bill Parcells did back in the day.
Sure. They went about it. They went till they got home. They figured out the situation, and they
Yes.
found a guy to come in, and they moved on. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, no Tim Webb today. Danny Dunn with his quips on the board today, hanging out with us on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm live in the broadcast booth at Oracle Park where the Giants fell to the Arizona Diamondbacks, but 49ers, not good news. Looks like Brock Purdy is a long shot per Kyle Shanahan to play on Sunday. Had a couple other guys not practice today. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Juwan Jennings, though their status isn't, I don't believe, in jeopardy. Juwan Jennings is the one. He has a shot to play, though. They said the Niners also worked out Mike White, a former quarterback of the Jets and the Dolphins, so a guy maybe familiar with some of their system. He played for Saleh, played for Mike McDaniel in Miami, so hasn't been great, but has had his moments. A 30-year-old, a veteran, a guy who's been around and has at least thrown an NFL pass if you get into a really murky situation on Sunday. We'll talk more about it with Tim Ryan, who's going to join us, and he'll be on the call Sunday from New Orleans. That's all next only here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. We turn our sights to the 49ers, looking ahead to Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. You just heard that promo there, 7 a.m. pregame with myself and John Dickinson ahead of Week 2, Niners and the Saints. And a man who will be on the call with Carlos Ramirez, Tim Ryan, joins us for his weekly conversation on the UMA guest line. Tim, what's going on, bro? How are you?
I'm doing quite well, Copes. D-Rock, how are you guys?
Doing well, T-Rock.
Good to have you, man.
Good.
Dude, so, I think it was all kind of a surprise to us when we got the news from Kyle yesterday about Brock, and then today we're finding out it's a long shot that he may play this week, and the toe, not necessarily a linear injury here. More on Mac Jones. I mean, what did you see from him? I'm intrigued, and I've got faith that he can do the job against New Orleans Sunday.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. Mac 10, as I like to call him,
Nice.
is going to be able to do the job. Look, he's got close to 50 starts, if not 50. Was a first-round pick. We all know his history. He was a Pro Bowler, and they kept it, simple for him for the most part in New England. But he's a very good competitor. He's super smart. He's got an arm. He throws a terrific deep ball. And most importantly is he's got experience. And he came in here in OTAs and over the summer and digested the system. Got better every day. I mean, you heard us talking about him in the preseason games that the coaches were very happy with his development and his progress in terms of, this isn't an easy system on quarterbacks. And he came in and he figured it out. And you could see it in practice then. You could see it in practice so far this week. So if, in fact, he's got to go, I've got confidence that he'll go out there and let it rip and play well.
What were your thoughts on Brock Purdy's performance last week? Obviously, up and down, but also showed growth in his ability to bounce back from the interceptions early on.
Yeah, I don't think, Brett Favre threw a whole bunch of interceptions too, D-Rock.
Yeah,
and
of course.
He's just going to keep slinging it. And I think when you go back and watch, and I know there's a few plays he'd want to have back. The interception the first one was a great play by the linebacker, and they had run that play a couple of times earlier in the game, and there's typically going to be a check down in front of it, and it was a good call by their defensive guy and Mike McDonald, their head coach, and they sent a blitzer. So how do you neutralize a weapon like Christian McCaffrey? You rush to cover, blitz him, make him stay in and protect. So there wasn't anything underneath for Brock to go to. On those in cuts that the 49ers love to throw in between the seams. And it was just a really good play, heads-up play. It was a good call and a good play by their linebacker. The second one, I don't know if that was the greatest decision to throw it into that spot. It was probably the only spot to throw it. There was nobody else open. But when you go back, and I was thinking about this, and it made me think of the Juwan catch. I think it was early in the year last year, the game that they lost down there against the Rams. And remember the great game that Juwan Jennings had. There was a play that was very similar to that. And he put it up. Remember, Juwan went over the guy's back and ripped it away. I think it was Quentin Lake that he pulled it away from and came down with a big catch. So he was giving Ricky an opportunity to go get it. It was a good play by Josh Jobe. They had other defenders around him. That ball's an inch higher. It's probably complete to Ricky Pearsall. So, a risky throw, but, he took a chance. And then, again, what you said, to be able to respond from that adversity, he's got thick skin to come back and let it rip. So there was nobody. It was down a weapon, too. Remember, McCaffrey went out of bounds in the corner of the end zone on that scramble drill at the end on the Tonjes catch.
He waved him off.
As I like to call it, the Los Gatos leap, the Vasona the Vasona victory catch, like he was at Vasona Park playing three flies up with his buddies. You got to go attack the football, and he did. So I thought Brock played pretty well. When you look at that front and that scheme, and they are good now. I'm telling you guys, will they be the number one defense in pro football? I don't know. But that front for the Seattle Seahawks, they know what they're doing. The coordinator knows what he's doing. It's all tied together. And when you consider that and kind of how the game went and long drives that ended in, whether it be those two picks or a missed field goal or a blocked field goal, to be able to just keep responding and keep grinding. And I believe that toe injury happened, I don't know, I think it happened before half. If not, it was probably shortly thereafter, and just to keep grinding and keep believing. That was a huge win, man. And Copes, you were there. You've been to that. You guys have been to that venue. It is not easy to play there, especially with all the young guys, especially with, the way the 49ers like all the window dressing and how the crowd noise can really affect the huddle, the snap, the shifts, the motions, and to be relatively clean throughout the game with that operation, there was something to be said. That was a huge win.
Tell me what you saw from the D-line, because that's been the focus on the defensive side of the ball all off season is trying to rebuild that thing. Nick Bosa was incredible on that final play and was great all day long. He got home on that sack, and it was a game-winning play, which is what you want from a defensive player of the year. But the young guys, Michael Williams, how was he in the run game? Didn't fill the stat sheet, but I'm looking for some evaluation on what we saw week one from some young guys who haven't played much.
Yeah, well, for a guy that didn't play at all in the preseason,
Right.
I thought it was pretty damn good. When you look at Michael, it wasn't great, but there was nothing glaring that was like, oh God, he just got pushed off the ball. He just got blocked. He just got pushed out of his gap. There was nothing. And look, Sam Darnold wasn't going to do a lot to hold the ball and get himself hit, and you could see that as the game went on. And they stayed committed to the run game for the most part. That's 26 carries. I think Darnold, they ran it more than they threw it because of the way the score was. They were able to stay two-dimensional. I thought Michael played well, and I think tight ends are going to have a hell of a time blocking him when he's lined up out there in a 6 technique or a 9 technique playing against those guys. So thought he did well. I thought C.J. West didn't play much, but again, nothing glaring, nothing like or nothing great. Alfred didn't play a whole bunch. He needs to continue to get his pads down and use his size to his advantage. And, it's hard for that. It's happening quick, man. And they went at him in terms of their run scheme and kind of, trapped him a couple of times. And they had some different techniques going that, he got exploited a little bit, in which I don't think all of it was his fault. But he'll continue to get better. He's very, very talented. And then the young guys on the back end, I think, clearly they went after Upton Stout. They had that little stalk block and release early where, Smith and Jigba pretended like he was blocking. And as soon as Stout's eyes turned into the backfield, boom, he takes off to the corner. They hit a big play there. Had no reason. You got to anticipate. Cooper Kupp lines up there in the backfield down in the red zone, and you're on them. You know where they're going. So just being a little more anticipatory in terms of how that goes. I thought that ball was uncatchable when he grabbed him by the wrist, but they ended up calling DPI. But
that was terrible.
I hated that. That was terrible. Love his DNA, what he's made of, and how he sees the game and in processes. So he's going to get better and better. And Siegel was outstanding in the game, like he was in the preseason, just using that range, using that speed, using that intelligence. And another guy, especially for first round pick, that was a great pick. But for a 5th rounder, wow.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Yuma guest line. How confident are you in Jake Tonjes and Luke Farrell to step up in Kittle's absence?
Neither one of them are going to be what George is. I think you can go back and look at, and that's an obvious statement.
Right.
I don't know what this team is without George. I read a stat earlier today, 6-12 without him in the last since 2019 or something. Oof. So he's a huge part of what they do. He's a Pro Bowl, All-Pro player, both blocking and receiving, and is a major matchup problem. So they're going to have to supplement somehow. The thing with George is he's equally good in both, so there's not a lot of indicators when he gets on the field. Farrell is an outstanding blocker and a really, really good pass protector. I think that was his 37th catch in pro football, and this is year 5 or 6 for him. So he's never been a real receiver, and that was a great catch on 4th down. Tonjes is just starting to figure it out in terms of, the blocking part of the game. But in terms of an athlete and a route runner, and, he's got good feet and good hands, sticky hands. He can catch the ball, and he's athletic enough and fast enough to get open. So they'll mix and match and use those guys in different roles. And, I haven't seen any of it at practice, but I also think Kyle Juszczyk can get down there and take some of those Y reps, if you will, those tight end reps if he has to.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Yuma guest line. A few more minutes. Niners and the Saints on Sunday over on KSFO 810. They made a change at kicker, man. Jake Moody after the weekend he had. And I know it's not in a vacuum. It wasn't all just because of this week, of course. But just where they are now, Eddie Pinheiro is one of the most accurate kickers in the history of the league. It's a wonder that he didn't have a job. But this situation it's a bummer for everybody in the way that it works out. And you're close to the team. You know these guys, man. I don't root for somebody to lose their job. You want this thing to work out. But it was time for a change, you know?
You know, it was, and they made the change, and give them credit for that. That's not an easy decision, man. You draft a guy in the 3rd round, and he comes in and has the rookie year that he had, and you know, he's made some big kicks, obviously, and it's hard to get rid of a family member in terms of, because, you know, I mean, he was very well liked on the football team with Jake, and again, very talented, but at the end of the day, it's a bottom line business. And you're judged on wins and losses. And the way this game, the competitive balance in pro football in so many games come down to a possession or key possession or a final possession, you got to make those kicks. And, you know, bottom line for a kicker is you either make it or you don't. And too many times over the last couple of years, for a variety of reasons, whether it be a tough situation or coming off the ankle injury or whatever, Jake has not made enough of those kicks. So I give him a lot of credit for making a hard decision. And, you know, Piñeiro's make percentage speaks for itself. And seems like he was out there today, and I had a chance to meet him and talk to him a little bit. Seems like he'll be a perfect fit in terms of, you know, the culture and the personality and what kind of guy he is. So we'll see. But, again, I think at the end of the day, based on wins and losses or makes and misses, you got to pull that trigger.
Well, Tim, they call him Eddie De Niro, dude.
No, he's all about the money. Let's go.
I was like, I think Tim will like this nickname. I was fired up about that nickname. Yeah, I was into that.
A couple more minutes with Tim Ryan on the Uma guest line. We had a little bit of a scare last week when Christian McCaffrey popped up on the injury report with a calf. I mean, 142 yards from scrimmage. Did you see anything different about McCaffrey?
31 touches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Same old McCaffrey to you, Tim?
Yeah, it sure looked like it to me, making, you know, something out of nothing. There were a lot of those runs where, again, give that front seven credit and how they attacked, and those guys were on the move. You could really sense, at least I could when in game and went back and watched the tape, that, you know, the O-line usually is they're getting people running. They're getting on their track and they're going. But as much as those guys were stemming pre-snap and then slanting at the snap and then bringing extra defenders, whether it be a safety or one of those linebackers coming off the edge or coming up the gut, it was tough sledding. And there was some plays that looked like they were going to be nothing. And he'd end up getting 2, 3, 4 yards out of it. So his vision is on full display. I mean, there was a couple of runs where you just saw that vision and what he's got really just show you a good picture of what CMC is. So, no, I saw nothing that targeted 10 times, 9 receptions. I saw nothing that gave me any reason to worry that physically Christian is not back to being Christian.
Last one for you, Tim. Just a thought on Mac Jones, one more thing here. Nick Bosa had an interesting comment to Nick Wagner today, I guess, and he talked about how it's maybe more advantageous for Mac to get a start early in the year before he's just been scout team or banged around in practice by a bunch of D linemen, he said, and scout team players. He said he's had more reps recently, so it's more of a real thing that he's kind of in rhythm with the offense. Is that, I mean, I imagine rhythm and chemistry is always a thing, but because it's so close to when he was just playing in preseason, is that, do you see that line of thought? I just had never looked at it from that perspective.
Yeah, I haven't thought of it like that. That's a good point because, you know, obviously he was the guy early in the preseason, but he also didn't play in the last preseason game with the PCL. So I think it kind of balances itself out. It's not going to be easy, you guys, with that defense, and those defensive linemen are pretty damn good. They got a lot of talent. Those linebackers, especially Demario Davis in year 14, is still going to look like to me against Arizona. They had a chance to win or tie that game at the end. Yeah. If it wasn't for a couple of drops, they were right in the mix. Under 300 yards to Kyler Murray and that run game, and they got some pretty good weapons with the Cardinals. So Brandon Staley is going to show them a lot of looks. I promise you that. There's going to be a lot of scheme in the game, a lot of, you know, different coverages, tight coverages. You know, play 3 safety nickel. They'll get their guys on the field. They'll move the fronts. They'll do a lot of different stuff to try to make the 49ers offense apprehensive. So again, got to be able to run it. You don't want to be stuck in 3rd and long against all that scheme, especially without without Kittle on the field, and then we'll see what happens with Juwan Jennings. But I got a lot of faith that the scheme will be good, the plays will be good, and Mac 10 will go out there and be able to execute.
Tim Ryan will be on the call Sunday, 10 a.m., pregame at 7 a.m. over on KSF 0810. Tim, have a safe trip out to New Orleans and have a good call on Sunday. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Tim.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Get to 2-0. Let's go.
Let's do it, bro.
The great Tim Ryan. You missed any of that, all available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I'm honestly, like I said before, I don't think, you're never as confident when you've got a backup quarterback going.
Of course.
And you're not going to have Kittle, of course. But, and Mac Jones isn't a world beater, don't get me wrong. But I'm trying to think back to the last time I felt as good about a Niner backup as I do Mac Jones. Like, it's not a great feeling, but you generally have bad feelings.
Yeah.
Hard enough to find one starting quarterback, to have a backup that you feel is competent enough to win you games. And the hope is it's just a couple of weeks, if that. After Kyle said it could be multiple weeks, and we'll see with Brock. But the toe injury means he's a long shot for this week, and I guess they see how it heals up over next week. But, you go back a few years, I was not enthralled or intrigued at all by the potential of Nate Sudfeld.
No.
And then they brought Jimmy back.
Mm-hmm.
So, you think about Trey Lance. Can you imagine if Trey Lance goes down and Sudfeld's your two?
That would have been...
Brock might have gotten a shot anyway.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean?
At that point, Kyle was telling Jed that he's the best quarterback on the roster. So, I'm assuming that Brock Purdy would have leapfrogged Nate Sudfeld. But I'm with you, dude.
They cut him, and then they go with Jimmy. And Jimmy, that's probably the last time I felt better about it because Trey Lance was unproven.
Exactly.
You'd at least seen Jimmy. So I was like, probably Jimmy. Because then after that, we're talking Darnold. And I wasn't thrilled about having to see Darnold at any point.
Right.
Prior to what we've seen now. Now you'd be like, damn, what a good backup.
No, definitely. But I think that Mac Jones... And Kyle said himself, like the skill set is similar to Brock Purdy. I'm not saying that he's as good as Brock Purdy, but you plug him in and you should be able to run the same offense. And, Tim said it there. Like, there's some good players on the Saints. They still have DeMario Davis and Cam Jordan. There's a lot of, good players on that team.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much the quarterback situation to me that makes the Saints the worst team in football, just because of Spencer Rattler. And if, for whatever reason, they throw Tyler Shook at the 49ers, I just think that those guys are so inexperienced. So it's not like Kellen Moore is, dialing up, big plays with, a lot of great players on this team for the Saints. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident that Mac Jones will get the job done. I know that they don't have George Kittle, and that might be the biggest hindrance they have.
How about that
this
note
weekend?
Tim dropped on us? 6-12 without Kittle since 2019.
Yeah, not great. But I think that, this is where Ricky Pearsall's going to have to step up. This is where that Christian McCaffrey's going to have to step up even more.
Oof.
Hopefully, Juwan Jennings is healthy to go. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot. Hopefully, Mac Jones and Jordan Watkins had a good connection going during preseason and training camp. And Kendrick Bourne's back. I know that it's been a long time since those two played with each other, but just having some familiarity with him in the past, playing in New England together.
I don't even really look to that this week as a factor. I'm not really.
No, but when
I've what 3 practices with them. They've played together before, but it's not the same as I don't know. I'm sure there's a level of chemistry there, but who's to say that they had excellent chemistry anyway? You know what I mean?
I just remember from that rookie season. Yeah, there was
making too much of this just because they happened to play together in the past.
It's not like it's going to be where Kendrick Bourne goes off by any means, but it's just good to have somebody out there that that is familiar with your game from back in the day. If you need to make a play on the fly, then Kendrick Bourne could adjust to you.
Yeah, how many snaps does he even play?
Kendrick Bourne?
Yeah.
Given the fact that George Kittle's not out there, you probably play all your wide receivers. Absolutely.
Two receivers caught passes last week.
I know, man, but you probably have to change the scheme up a little bit, given the injury.
Of course. Well, they didn't have Kittle for the whole most of the game.
I know, but they have a whole week to prepare, so I'm assuming that Kendrick Bourne's going to get more snaps.
Maybe.
He wasn't there, obviously, last week, but...
As Kyle said, he's still learning the offense, too.
Of course.
So that's what I'm saying is how much of the offense is even available to him this week. I can't imagine it's that much. That's kind of my point.
I'm not saying he's going to go off by any means. I'm just saying, if there's a 3rd and 5 and Kendrick Bourne's open, it's good that he's there. Then you know the connection, but that Mac Jones and Kendrick had back in the day.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Danny Dunn with you. He's back in our KNBR studios. Derek is too, actually, in Daly City. I'm here in muggy downtown San Francisco in the broadcast booth. Dude, it's been humid as hell.
It might be equally muggy over here, too.
Is it super muggy there, too? It's
a little
weird,
bit.
Man.
By the way,
it rained by my house this morning.
When we come back, I need to tell you the story. I wish you were in studio today because Jordo made the call to Tim Ryan, and it was one of the best ever.
Jordo, Dirty Work's favorite little sister?
Yes, she made the call to Tim Ryan, and behind the scenes, we heard Tim's reaction. It is all time.
All right, we'll get into that.
Bang, baby!
We'll get into that next. Also, dude, we got to talk about this. You see how much the spread changed on this game when Brock Purdy went out?
Did it?
Moved
How much?
3 points, dude.
Are the Niners still favored?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay.
they moved 3 points because of Brock. It's
I
interesting.
mean, that makes sense with your starting quarterback going down.
Kind of crazy. Anyway, we'll talk about it next. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn with you. Dirty Work's favorite little sister, Jordan, was puttering around somewhere, calling Tim Ryan, too. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants could not complete the sweep over the Diamondbacks, but they still took 2 of 3. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic, he joins Dirty Work at 5:30. Keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. I like this, the Ferris Bueller Day.
Hell yeah, Danny playing a little day bow bow.
Was that just random today, the two fans at the Giants game that were dressed like?
Very random.
Like Cameron and Ferris. Tim told me, Tim texted me, and I'd said that Dave Fleming, I guess, had dressed as Ferris Bueller for Halloween last year.
Did he really?
Which could be not Ferris, as a Cameron.
I could see that.
That's a good Cameron.
Yeah, you know what? Oh, man. Dave Fleming's a dead ringer for Cameron.
Great call, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks just like him. How have we never thought about this before?
I can't believe it, dude. Somebody must have said this to him in his past, which is why he dressed us.
By the way, we did check it out. Sloan is sitting with them at the baseball game.
She is, yeah.
Yeah.
She is. She's there.
And
at Wrigley
John
Field.
Miller really wanted a Sloan in the crowd today.
Yeah.
As we all did.
Don't they catch a foul ball?
They do, yes.
You know, I got a ball tossed to me today.
Oh, did you now?
Yeah, I gave it to a kid too. I didn't care in it.
Oh, you didn't pull a Phillies Karen?
No. You got to give it to a kid.
Of course.
Got to do it.
But I am with you.
There are people who are like, but I've been coming to a game for 20. I've heard people like my age. I have friends, people I know, who've said that. Well, if I get a ball, I've been coming all these years. I want to get one. I'm like,
so what does that mean? You're going to push a kid out of the way to get it?
I'm like, why don't you get the ball and then hand it to the kid after you get it? The joy is, and the excitement is actually getting the ball, right?
Absolutely.
What are you going to do with it after you have it? Oh,
Yeah.
cool. I caught a foul ball off the bat of Luis Matos. What are you going to, like?
And now I have to sit here and live with the guilt of taking that ball away from a child? Come on.
Check it out, dude. Wade Meckler hit it to a ball dude, and then the ball dude tossed it to me. Look at this. I got this ball.
Yeah.
Like, what is that?
I am somebody now.
Come on. What are you doing?
Yeah.
The joy is getting it thrown to you, or you catch a foul ball. That's cool. If no kids around, then keep it. Whatever.
No,
Put it home and put it
always
on
give
your-
it to a kid.
Put it on your desk. You know what I mean? What the hell is that about?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Unless it's like a milestone, home run. If you get a foul ball, like okay, cool. But if you take it out of the hands of a child, sorry, you're D-bag.
Dan Johnson fouled one straight back, dude, and
Yeah.
I caught it. You know
Nice.
what I mean? Like, no, I'm not saying it happened. Some people
okay.
laugh. I'm not giving it to that kid. I've been waiting 20 years to catch a foul ball. I've been coming to games my whole life.
I've waited my
man.
whole life to get a foul ball from Dan Johnson.
My whole life, dude. I got a foul ball. I'm keeping it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dan Johnson. His name, you won't remember the name, but you better remember the ball.
I think it was Daniel Johnson. There was a Dan Johnson. He played for the A's. He was a first baseman.
That's right. Yeah, but Daniel Johnson was with the Giants earlier this year.
Yeah, dude. Casey McGee hit a screamer up the left field line, dude. It
Hits
hooked just
McGee.
foul. I caught it.
Yeah.
I'm not giving it to that kid, dude.
No, of
I've
course
been waiting
not.
my whole life to get a foul ball. It's
So
dumb.
ridiculous.
It's so stupid. It's funny because it's the only sport, like, it is cool to get a foul ball. I'm not downgrading that. I love that. It's
Right.
cool. But if there's a kid around, toss it to the kid.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
I don't
Anyway.
think anybody's on the Phillies Karen's side.
And besides that, the funny thing, well, she also went and she took it from, dude, she did like the
That's my ball.
She was like a Grinch.
You took it from me.
She went and took it back.
Yeah.
which is even-
But I am with you. She should get some crap, but her life shouldn't be ruined over this.
Yeah, I mean, she's like, I don't know how bad of a person she is, but even if she were, like, I don't know what the point of it.
There's much worse things to do than steal a baseball from a
I
child.
just don't really care. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, it was funny that it happened. Like, I think she took her licks. I think
It's
goal
enough.
Is, the goal is
It's
to
enough.
not ever be the focal point of social media.
No,
You know, if you're the focal point of it, it's bad.
absolutely.
Usually. And she was the focal point of it for all of sports Twitter for a while there. Like, my dad was checking in. You got to go pretty far in the sports world and in, like, the social media world for it to get to my dad and my dad to hit me and be like, what? It was like 3 days later. He's like, what's up with this Karen? You see this? Yeah, dude, I saw this.
Well, good thing it was on a weekend, too. I think it was on a Friday night and then bled over to Saturday and Sunday. So, I mean, the fact that took over, like, college football and the NFL, too, like, whatever. Small potatoes in hindsight, but, like, let's move on. She definitely acted like a child at a baseball game, but definitely doesn't need to have her life ruined over
All
there.
right, what you got on the
Okay.
Tim Ryan thing?
So Jordo usually, when she's here working on the Giants game, she'll stick around and help us with making calls to the guests. And Jordo usually is bubbly and will say, like, when she calls the guest, she's like, "Hi, this is Jordo. We want to get you on KNBR with Dirty Work." And we were
And the guests are down with this call?
Well, I don't know. And me and Danny were like, you can't say that to Tim Ryan. Tim Ryan's a football guy, have to go in hardcore. So Jordo calls him and goes, "Hey, Tim, this is Jordo from KNBR. I want to get you on with Dirty Work." And then we just hear Tim just laugh his ass off. And then she's like, "Why are you laughing?" And then Tim's like, "Oh, I just thought it was funny the way you said that."
So she tried to be hardcore with it?
She tried to be hardcore, but you got to live hardcore to be hardcore.
If
and
you're not hardcore, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So Jordo failed at calling Tim Ryan today. Yeah, exactly. He laughed at her.
Yeah.
Laughed at her.
Tim laughs a lot.
Of course he does.
Tim gives a good laugh. I mean, he laughed just when Larry Krueger said hi to him at the round table.
Oh, back from the grave.
He's like, they dusted you off, Larry. He's back. That was pretty good, dude. That was pretty funny. Considering Larry's been back for a while.
I know.
Tim was like, I was like, he's been at
But it was
practice.
the first time you heard him in a while.
He's like been at practice
Yeah,
with
I know,
Tim.
he's been
you
at
know?
practice too.
He's been at like every training camp practice all summer long. It's pretty good. I got a kick out of that.
Yeah.
So Jordan frequently does this.
Yeah, apparently
she doesn't change tone.
Nope. No, she doesn't change. She doesn't change tone. But we told her today you had to change tone for Tim Ryan, and I guess that's my bad. I probably should have told her to be her usual self, and Tim Ryan wouldn't have laughed at her.
By the way, I'm looking over just a quick thought on what's going on with the 49ers and their backup quarterback situation.
Yep.
Mike White is the guy they worked out. 30-year-old quarterback, previously played for the Jets, the Bills, and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
In his career, 2021 through 2024. He played one game last year, completed 3 passes on 11 attempts. Not so good. Picked up 1 first down for the Bills last year. He played 6 games for Miami in 23 and 8 games over 21 and 22 for each for the New York Jets. His career record as a starter, 2-5, completion percentage just 61.5%. So, I mean, he's a true backup. Most games he ever played was 4 in a season. He made 4 starts, went 1-3 for the Jets back in 2022. Only completed just shy of 60% of his passes for 1,100 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 4 picks. So he's not a guy who's played a whole bunch. He's a true third stringer, really.
Right.
Which is what he's been in his NFL career. And you can't go into this game with Adrian Martinez as your emergency quarterback.
No, God, no.
It's just
But
not an option.
I don't think it would be great if Mike White had to play in this game. Just get on a short week.
Of course not, dude. Yeah.
No, but you know what? You feel a little bit better than him than Adrian Martinez.
So
and
he's the emergency situation.
Exactly. Yeah. And Mike White, I remember the game he played years ago. I think it was the 2022 season where Zach Wilson had fallen out of favor with the Jets. He made that comment about how he did enough for his job as the quarterback, and the next week they benched him, and then the team rallied around Mike White.
Yeah.
And I remember him having like a great performance. I want to say against the Bears, and him and Garrett Wilson had a good connection, but you don't want Mike White playing in this game. Mac Jones is good enough for them to win this game. So it's the opponent as well. I don't think too highly of the Saints. I'm not saying they're going to be pushovers by any means, but the 49ers definitely have more talent than the Saints do. So Mac Jones should be good enough for you to win this game.
Yeah, and just to recap on the update, Kyle Shanahan says that Brock Purdy is a long shot to play this week. When asked if it could be more than a week, he did say it's possible. It's a possibility. They don't think it's necessarily just a 1-week injury. They worked out this guy, Mike White, who could potentially be signed to be the third-string emergency quarterback for the Niners this week if something were to happen. I mean, they're playing on turf. Mac Jones not very mobile. The O-line didn't play great last week. Trent Williams did miss practice today as a veteran rest day and wasn't on a heavy thing on the injury report, but he did come out of the game banged up at one point on Sunday. So Juwan Jennings they're saying, has a shot to play.
Right.
He didn't practice today, though. Neither did Brock. Neither did McCaffrey. Neither did Trent Williams. And did Bosa practice today?
I also think he had a veteran rest day.
Or just a vet day. And then Kendrick Bourne with the 49ers now, too. So with or without Jennings, you've got Kendrick Bourne, who everybody's saying, and Derek is as well, played with the New England Patriots and Mac Jones.
And just want to say, I know that it's a short week, and Kendrick Bourne just arrived there, and it's been a long time since he played with Mac Jones. But Kendrick Bourne himself in the locker room said today, it is helpful that we do know each other a little bit. So I don't know how long it goes with that, but I do think just the fact that Kendrick Bourne is out there and he has played with Mac Jones may help a little bit on Sunday.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back into some Giants baseball. They lost today 5-3 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. First time, though, that they've won a home series against the D-backs since 2023. Just a quick update on what's going on with the Phillies and the Mets. Top of the 6th inning, Phillies are up at home at Citizens Bank in Philadelphia, 4-1 over the Mets. So if that score holds, or Phillies end up winning that game and holding off the Mets, Giants are still 2 back going into a 3-game series with the Dodgers, who come to town this weekend. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly about where the Giants are next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, you can declare, and you should declare, your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place could allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, you've gotten to retirement, or you're thinking about it, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid some of the common mistakes that so many people make in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could be the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today. It's 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, that number is 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. The Giants fell to the Diamondbacks today, Game 3 of their series here at Oracle Park, but they did win the series after taking the first two. Here to talk about it, we do it with him every week. It's Andy Baggerly, covers the Giants for The Athletic. Bags is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Bags, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good. How are you?
We're doing well, man. It's perplexing what the Giants have done. I mean, I know they're still right around a 500 team, but the heater they've gone on, paired with like the Mets' inadequacy and what they've done here in the back half of the season, it's made for some fairly interesting baseball. And the Giants are, I don't know, man, they kind of got like a squeaky wheel, but they're playing okay.
As you know, I was off the first 2 months of the season. I didn't see my first game in person until the first week of June.
Right,
and
right.
I was saying to somebody the other day, I just feel like, you miss a couple months and you think you're going to get back up to speed. And in a lot of ways, I feel I have. But then it's like you just don't really know what to expect from this team. It's like you're watching like 3 different teams over the course of the season.
Right.
And the person I was talking to has been here all year and was like, no, I feel that way too. It's not the fact you missed 2 months. We all feel that way. None of us can make the heads or tails of this team. So, yeah, I mean, today's game, they got a chance to go for a sweep, a little bit of killer instinct, and they ran into a lefty with a really good changeup. And it looked like this was one of the games they played on repeat a month ago. And obviously it's hard to get a sweep, and here you see the Mets are losing again today. So, that may be the silver lining, but it also might mean it's a chance to gain a game, which you never can let that chance go by the boards with just so many days left on the calendar. So, yeah, it's been a really weird season, but they're still compelling. They're still worthy of your attention, I think. And I can't tell you I have any idea how this thing's going to end.
I mean, it's no doubt they're playing better bags, but is it fair to say, I mean, they definitely dug themselves a hole with the way they played, prior to this run right now, but is it fair to say the days where Carson Seymour or Kaiwei Tang or, the bullpen with all the injuries right now, is it fair to say that those things may prevent this team from going to the postseason?
I mean, if you're looking for reasons to sort of surmise that this team's going to fall short, that's where you'd start. Is just they don't have, 5 starting pitchers, and they always say your momentum is only as good as tomorrow's starting pitcher. And Carson Seymour had a nice start against the Cardinals. He really just threw a lot of fastballs and overpowered them. And today you saw he was very, very hittable. His slider was in the zone a lot, and the Diamondbacks are a good fastball hitting team, and he wasn't able to really fool them off speed, and he got hit pretty hard and pretty fast. So, it's you've got Tang. Tang is interesting. He can really spin the ball. He's got some good touch and feel. When he loses it pretty fast.
Yeah.
And we found that out in St. Louis in his last start. So, maybe there's going to be a little more of a watch on him, and they'll have the bullpen up quicker next time. But you're right. Carson Wisenhunt is just starting to throw a bullpen again. We know Landon Roop is out for the year. There aren't a whole lot of other options that are sort of on the cusp. So, the Giants are going to have to figure it out and you know what? They've done it before. You get into a playoff series and you only need 3 starting pitchers really. So, they're going to have Verlander go the first game against the Dodgers. They haven't said this officially, but the plan is to move up Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, have them pitch on their normal day, and have them throw against the Dodgers. And obviously that's a really important series, but every game's important at this point, and you can't just have 3 starting pitchers the whole way. So yeah, they're going to need some more performance, whether it's they turn them into more bullpen games, use more openers, whatever they can do to kind of give themselves a little bit more of an advantage on those days. They're going to have to do that.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly, covers the Giants for The Athletic, is with us on the UMA guest line. Is there a chance they could activate Wisenhunt by Sunday and have him throw that game?
I don't think so. He just threw a pen. Obviously there's not a lot of time to get him stretched out again. He didn't miss that much time to where he's going back to square one, but I think they would want to have him do some live BP or have him face hitters. But to build up his pitch count to a point where he could start, I'm just not sure how fast they could do that. So, could he be a piece that they can plug in and maybe, throw 3 innings and then you piggyback him with someone else? Maybe he'd be ready faster if they do that. And I guarantee you they'll try to get everybody. They want to have as many options as they can have, potentially. And we all talked about how much starting pitching depth they had in spring training, but they've tapped through a lot of that now. So, I think Wisenhunt's someone we could see before the end of the year, but I'm not sure we're going to see him, starting games and pitching into the 6th inning or beyond.
Obviously, with the way the Giants were playing before the trade deadline, no one faults Buster Posey for trading away Camilo Doval or Tyler Rogers. Obviously, that's how you got Drew Gilbert right now. But do you get a sense from the front office that with the way things are going right now, they would like to have those players in the bullpen?
Well, I mean, they'd also like to have Drew Gilbert and his energy, and
Yeah.
he's making catches out there, and he's contributing. I think they feel really good about Jose Vuitto and what he's done. Peguero's got an opportunity, and he's really run with it. So, the other day Ryan Walker blows a save, and I saw some national reporters were tweeting, well, this is kind of chickens coming home to roost. The Giants, traded away 2 of their relievers, and this is what happens. But, I mean, maybe you could say that if they blew it in the 7th or the 8th, but they didn't, it was the closer in the 9th, and that happens. I mean, the closer will blow a save here and there. But Gilbert also made a great catch and got a hit in that game. And so I think on balance, they have to be really thrilled that they made those trades because, even if you look at it purely in terms of a math equation with what they gave up for Rafael Devers, they gave up Kyle Harrison, but, now they've got Blade Tidwell, who's a guy they think, really highly of. And if he hadn't had a little shoulder thing, I think we'd see him in the big leagues right now. They lose a first-round pick in James Tibbs, but I think they get a player that fits them even better, that they like even better in Gilbert. So they've even already kind of made up for what they gave away in the Devers trade. And, they needed some more in the upper levels of the system because, a lot of what they have is in the lower levels. And so I think they did really well and got pieces that help them right away. And also will give them a little bit of depth, for the foreseeable future.
It's sort of interesting, Bags, when you look at the bullpen. I think by my count, there's only 2 guys in the bullpen that were on the opening day roster: Ryan Walker and Spencer Bivens. Is that right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, Randy Rodriguez is a huge loss. And
sure.
Injuries happen. You look at Camilo Duvall. You got Tyler Rogers, Eric Miller. We always forget about Eric Miller, but he was maybe the best lefty, non-closer in the National League last year. And they haven't been without him for most of this season. So, yeah, for a bullpen that's really, been emptied out and had the best bullpen reliever ERA in the first 2 months of the season. Obviously they haven't posted those numbers, but they're still, adjacent to the top 10 in bullpen ERA. They haven't cratered at all. And in fact, some of these games, like even today, the bullpen pitched really well when they had to, cover a lot of innings. And the Giants got the tying run to the plate, in the 9th. And they don't do that without performance from their relievers. We saw a lot of those games in the first half when they came back and had a lot of those comeback wins. It's the sort of unsung heroes in the bullpen that keep the game marginally close, that allow those comebacks to happen. And I think those are the kind of guys that really pitch in on a lot of the championships teams we've seen, whether it's, Yusmeiro Petit or Guillermo Mota. Every good Giants team has had one or two of those guys. And, Spencer Bivens has been one of those guys this year. And like you said, he's been around all season. And Walker obviously, would like to have a do-over on his first half, but he's, the blown save the other day aside, has pitched a lot better lately. So, they're going to have a lot of work to do on this bullpen, especially knowing they won't have Randy Rodriguez basically next year. They're going to have to make some additions and find a way to sort of firm up that group. And maybe they even re-sign Tyler Rogers. Who knows? I think he'd like to come back if they're willing to pay market price for him. But that's a problem obviously for the off season. For now, I think you'd have to say the Giants are getting more performance out of this group than maybe you could expect, given some of the subtractions we talked about.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. About a week ago, Matt Chapman was suspended in that scuffle on the mound in Colorado, and since then he's been appealing. Will we get clarity tomorrow about his availability for this weekend against the Dodgers?
Yeah, it should be tomorrow. He's going to have this teleconference hearing. I would expect we'll have an answer on that. I'm not sure if they're going to announce it or not, but I'll obviously try to find out. And then if the appeal is upheld or his suspension isn't reduced to a fine, then he would have to sit out that game right away. So that would be Friday. That would be the first game of the series against the Dodgers. So yeah, we should have news on that shortly.
Man, I wonder if the appeal could come back to bite him. You know what I mean? Like, if you have to serve that one now, and you push it back to facing the Dodgers. Bags, just one more for you, from me, just kind of a random one. You mentioned, like, there's not many other guys who can make starts in terms of pitchers for the Giants now and to plug those two spots in terms of injury and just 40-man roster depth. What have you heard, or have you talked to anybody about Hayden Birdsong? Because since he's gone to AAA, he's really not pitched all that well. He's got 22 walks in just over 30 innings, and he still has been struggling to find the strike zone, 8 starts. I don't know how they view him. I can't imagine we're going to see him again in a starting role at the major league level this year, but what's the deal with him? How do they see him now?
They really would like to get him straightened out and figure out how they can get him in the strike zone more and, get him to a point where he's got some count leverage and he's not sort of pitching from his heels, because that's been the problem. And, it's a tough thing to go to the PCL and try to find yourself as a pitcher when a lot of those ballparks are lively or they're at elevation, Reno or Albuquerque or Colorado Springs. So, a tough assignment. And he really has not pitched very much at AAA at all. I think he made 2 starts before he made his major league debut at AAA. So, there was some development that still had to happen with him. And I think the stuff was just so overwhelming that everyone just decided, well, let's see how this plays. And you had some really good starts from him in the second half last year, like the one at Baltimore where he's striking out, double digits, and you're thinking, wow, this guy really could be special. And you watch him hold his velocity through starts too. I mean, it's pretty impressive to see a guy who can start out throwing 97 and 85 pitches in, he's still throwing 97. So I think they know the arm talent is really there, and the ceiling's very high. But he's definitely got some growing up to do and some. A lot of learning to do. And I think that you don't throw him necessarily into a pennant race when he's still trying to find his way. But yeah, if you're looking at things that didn't work out for the Giants this season, the fact that, Birdsong basically, kind of petered out at the same time they traded Kyle Harrison, that was a tough break. And that was one of the bigger reasons that the Giants really didn't play very well for about a month and a half.
Bags, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the day off tomorrow and try to find out what's going on with Matt Chapman and then the big series this weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Bags.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Andrew Baggerly does a great job covering the Giants for The Athletic. We do with him every week on the Yuma Guest Line. What's up?
I was telling you, man, like when they suspended Chapman, I know he came back the next day because with the appeal, he got a home run that night, but may have been better to just take the suspension right then and there and in case you get suspended during the Dodger series.
Yeah, but as every great gambler will tell you, what if you win?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? But what if I win?
Well, you know what? I think Matt Chapman has the same argument that Jalen Carter got from the NFL where they thought it was suspension enough when he hawked a loogie at, Dak Prescott.
They threw him out of the game right there. And
right then and there.
Yet, right?
Yeah, no suspension.
Matt Chapman's like, I didn't have an at-bat. I didn't play anything in the field. We were the road team, and I got tossed from the on-deck circle.
Yeah, we'll see what happens because they definitely need him this weekend.
Yeah, certainly they're going to need him this weekend. Yeah, dude, that's baffling to me, by the way, that there's only 2 guys in the bullpen that were on the opening day roster.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of wild?
Considering they had the best bullpen in all of baseball, absolutely.
Well, and if you figure there's only 2 guys in the bullpen, there's only 5 pitchers on the roster that were here opening day. That's Verlander. It's Webb, Verlander, Bivens, Robbie Ray, and Ryan Walker. The only 5 pitchers that were on the opening day roster that are still on the team.
It's the complete opposite of how the season was going, where the offensive ineptitude was the big talking point for the majority of the season, and now it's the offense is good. I don't know about the pitching.
Yeah, it's just wild, dude. Matt Chapman's been out there most every day except for injury. Willie Adames most every day. Wilmer, Koss has been here since the beginning. Schmidt, too. I mean, most everybody else. A few guys up and down in the outfield. But, it's incredible what they'll have to do this offseason. That's what I mean. It's like to predict that they could be a playoff team. Yeah, they're in it right now, but I'm like, there's so many question marks about the team. They don't have a closer. They don't have a bullpen. Like, how many pieces from the current bullpen can you count on taking next year or hoping that are going to be real pieces next year? Because I did not anticipate the bullpen this year was going to get gutted in the way that it has. I was like, damn, this is going to could be something they have for years to come.
Yeah,
it's the 4 guys they had.
It's crazy that you're more confident in the offense next season as opposed to the starting rotation of the bullpen.
You just don't know who's here.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. I mean, this is a question we ask tomorrow. What are you more confident in? The Niners getting a victory without Brock Purdy and George Kittle, or the Giants winning 2 out of 3 versus the Dodgers this weekend?
Ooh, the Niners beating the Saints.
Yeah.
At the Saints.
Yep.
With Mac Jones. That's a great question we should put out to the callers tomorrow.
We'll definitely do that tomorrow.
I'm sure more likely? Giants win 2 of 3 against the Dodgers, or Niners win?
I'm sure the morning show will steal our idea tomorrow now. Yeah. But, I mean, considering the opponent, I mean, I know the Dodgers are kind of floundering right now, but at the same time, they're still the Dodgers.
Phillies are up 8-1, by the way. Giants are still going to be 2 back if the score holds.
I know, but as we've been saying, 2 back, it's really 3 back. Like,
you got to catch them.
Yes. I mean, not only catch them, you have to surpass them in order to get to the postseason. So, we'll see.
The Phillies are up right now 8-1 on the Mets. They are in the 6th inning. So
and as we said earlier, the Mets schedule not great for them.
Dude, the Rockies 40-105. So they get the Dodgers tonight. I like checking the Rockies. You want to know the Rockies' run differential?
I mean, it's terrible. We already know. So go ahead.
You want to know it?
Go ahead. Sure.
It's kind of funny. -377.
Good Lord.
They're the only team in the NL West with a negative run differential.
Good Lord.
-377. That's a lot in baseball.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm glad my
they play
man.
in Colorado. They can't hit some out.
But I'm glad my man Bud Black got out of there. Because like, I know, like, remember the GM gave him, like, a vote of confidence one day and was like, he's our GM.
Remember they lost, like, 20-0
yeah.
or something?
They lost 21-0, and then they beat the Padres the next day. He's like, I've seen enough. You're out of here.
Yeah, he was like, no, he's our guy. And then he canned his ass a day after a win.
Exactly.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn is back at the KNBR headquarters for Tim Webb today. We'll put the show to bed next. Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Time for Dirty Work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Wednesday evening. Time to put the show to bed here. So we got Niners Nightly coming up, right?
Yes, we
Kruger at
do.
the top of the hour. How about that?
Yeah, man. Crew talking feet tonight.
Crew talking toes, dude. Dude, Brock Purdy, a long shot to play on Sunday against New Orleans. That's a bummer, man. I hate to see that.
Yeah, especially this early in the season. I see some people already on the chat, on the text line, just being like, so we paid Brock Purdy $53 million to already miss games? Guys, it's going to happen.
You paid a football player to play football.
Exactly.
And that's what hurts. That's what happens.
He got injured. So hopefully it's just one game. If it's multiple games, we'll see, if Brock's able to come back for week 3. But yeah, it's sounding like more like it's going to be the Mac Jones show on Sunday.
Do we get Tim back tomorrow?
We do, yeah. Yeah. He's testing out things for our show.
Because we're going to be at Jack's Restaurant in Saratoga next Friday.
We are, yes.
2 to 6.
September 19th. So he's going to test some things out. So we may have a little bit of Raph and a little bit of Tim.
Oh, get a little dual Raph and Tim. We got to get Raph in to talk about some of this weather.
We do.
It's been the weirdest, most humid weather. I bet you Krug I'm sure he's been lifting today. I bet you he's worked up a sweat, dude.
Same here.
He's probably worked up a glisten. Was today a lift day for you?
Today was a lift day.
So what'd you have? You had chicken and sweet potatoes again for lunch?
No, come on now. No, I had some eggs, I had some protein, and then later tonight I'm having some shrimp and rice.
What I said to you, dude, are you sure you want to get into the shrimp?
What's wrong with shrimp?
Have you not heard about what's going on with? Have you checked where your shrimp is from?
From the Oakland Bay.
Well, I just mean like, is it fresh shrimp?
I hope so. Why? What's going
I'm just
on?
saying, but there's these shrimp that have been recalled across the country.
Oh God.
Because they're radioactive.
Radioactive shrimp?
Yeah, dude, radioactive.
So I'm gonna turn into Shrimp Man tomorrow?
There was radioactive hornets, and I think now we got radioactive shrimp. Remember
the
radioactive hornets?
The hornets, yeah. The hornets was like, was this like during COVID time where we had to worry about the hornets as well?
That was the murder hornets.
Oh,
Those
the murder
were different. Dude.
hornets.
These are radioactive hornets. These are new.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this time on's a trip.
So these things could actually turn us into superheroes, though, is what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. The radioactive shrimp have been recalled. I think they're dangerous.
Okay. Well, if I come in tomorrow, I'm deathly ill. You'll know why.
All right. You probably you wouldn't have to be deathly ill to call out though. You call out before that.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
You know me.
All right. Let's get a little note to self and put
Note
this
to
thing to
self.
bed. What you got for us, Danny?
Jordo, second time around calling, did a better job.
This is only the second time she's made calls.
Well, no. Apparently, when she called Andrew Baggerly, it went more a little smoother with Bags.
Do you remember when young Tony first started, Danny? And
Yeah, that was priceless. I was actually telling her about it. How hello, Mr. Baggerly, this is Tony.
She said, "You can call me Andrew or Andy."
When he's like, "We're calling from San Francisco," he's like, "Yeah, I know where you are."
Yeah, we know. He's like, "I live here. I'm from the Bay."
The best thing with the best with young Tony though was when he would say, "Hey, we got John Lund in studio and Derek and Greg Pop at home." And Greg's like, who's telling all these guests that I'm not in studio? What's going on here?
Derek, you produce the way you want to produce.
Yes, that's what young Tony told me. Note to self.
Note to self.
Don't ask Kyle Shanahan about toes. When it comes to toes and Brock Purdy, he doesn't have to divulge anything.
Is it what foot is it on? Is it the big toe?
That I don't have to say.
I ain't telling you about his toes.
What you do have to admit, though, Kyle, is my note to self. Note to self.
Hang on, Copes. One more before you go, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Jordo has a little note to self.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Note to self, shut the up, Adam.
What?
Wow. All right. Who approved that?
Who approved that?
Come on, Dan.
We all approved it. It's fine.
All right.
We all. Derek and I had no idea.
I had no idea you were doing that.
That's what happens, yeah.
Note to self.
Yeah, you're grounded. Both of you. Note to self. The big toe is the leader of all the toes.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll sign off here. Hand it over to Larry Kruger. Kruger's going to take you from 6 until 7 o'clock tonight with Niners Nightly. I'm sure he's got a lot to get into. As I heard him yesterday say, Eddie Pinheiro is the number 3 most accurate kicker all time in NFL history. Kruger's going to get into it with the humidity tonight. Thanks to our guest today, Andy Baggerly, and who else do we have on?
Tim Ryan.
Oh, Tim Ryan just joined us. That's right. All up on thesportsleader.com and the app. We'll be back with you tomorrow from 2 to 6, and for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Niners Nightly starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
And welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger back with you. Hope everybody's having a fantastic September the 10th, this great Wednesday. Beautiful September weather. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. It was kind of a rainy, cold practice down in Santa Clara. Very odd weather. It's like 70 degrees, but overcast skies, and then the skies opened and we actually saw rain in the South Bay. But welcome to Niners Nightly as we come to you on this Wednesday, and we got a full hour. We're going to get into a little bit of what happened today in Ninerland off the rip, and then in our second segment, the great Brian Peacock is going to be by from Locked On 49ers. He's going to stop by for 10 good minutes. We'll chop it up with Peacock. And then the man who is going to be on the call, sitting in for Greg Papa with Tim Ryan this week, is Carlos Ramirez. And I saw Carlos down in Santa Clara, and I said, hey, Carlos, we haven't had you on Niners Nightly. Would you jump on and chop it up with us and talk Niners? And he said, absolutely. So he'll be with us around 6:30, 6:40 in that range, and we will talk with the man who will be on the call this weekend as we all kind of try to fill in for our guy, Greg Papa. But today was a day where Kyle Shanahan spoke, and we always start with what happened today in Ninerland. Shanahan came out and, basically said, hey, here are the injuries. And, there were a number of them. Yatir Gross-Matos with the knee, didn't practice. CMC with the calf / Veterans Day, did not practice. Trent has the knee, also getting the Vets Day off. He didn't practice. Brock Purdy's got the toe and the shoulder. He didn't practice. And then Juwan Jennings has a shoulder injury, and he didn't practice. So, Nick Bosa with the Veterans Day, I believe he didn't practice, but then limited were Jordan James, Ben Barch, and Jordan Watkins as the Niners get ready to take on the Saints Sunday in the Superdome. Now, the Purdy thing is the big story, right? And Matt Barrows asked the question, hey, is Purdy going to play? And Shanahan just said, hey, man, it's a long shot that he's going to play. So supposedly he hurt the toe in the second quarter on a scramble, on a hit from Julian Love, and he's going to miss this week. And who knows? It sounds like he may miss next week. So I think the 49ers are going to have to get used to the Mac Jones era. Mac will start. As I said, I think it potentially could be a multi-week thing. There's no confirmation on that. Not a lot of information on that. But if Purdy didn't play this week or next, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, the 49ers Shanahan was also asked, hey, are you looking for a third quarterback? And he's like, we'd like to sign one, but we can't bring one in right now. We've got some limitations roster-wise. So, but they did work out Mike White. And, it seems like all roads with Niner personnel decisions these days lead back to the Jets. Mike White did play for the Jets. He's played for Dallas, Miami, and Buffalo as well, most recently with Buffalo. 6'5", about 220 pounds. Played at South Florida, played at Western Kentucky. He was a hill topper. 2-5 NFL record. He's had 7 career starts, 61%, 9 touchdowns, 13 interceptions in a short amount of time in the NFL. They haven't signed him yet, but they tried him out. So we shall see. I would imagine they will sign him in the next. So they did sign Eddie Pinheiro today. We did get a chance to go face to face with Eddie in the locker room, and it's funny. It's like I asked him about the mindset of being a kicker in the NFL, and it's like when you're a veteran kicker, these guys are they're the most mentally durable people on the planet. I mean, he's like when we asked Shanahan, hey, what do you like about getting Eddie Pinheiro, and he's like, just how accurate he's been throughout his career. The fact that he's got a lot of experience. So, I mean, the Niners don't want to try anything young or take any chances. They want to go with the most surest of sure things. And in some ways, Pinheiro represents exactly that, right? He's the third most accurate kicker in the history of the game. So, but it's funny. In front of his locker, he's like, hey, man, I know this is the NFL. I know the deal. You make kicks or you're gone. I mean, he just said it. And the way he said it was he's just so comfortable with it. Which, I mean, that is the ultimate. Sports is cutthroat. The NFL is probably the most cutthroat because there's hardly any guaranteed contracts. But the kicker position is got to be the most cutthroat. I mean, we can analyze this. We could have Vince Lombardi hosting this show, and he's going to tell you the same thing I'm going to tell you. If the kicker makes the kick, he's going to stick. If the kicker doesn't make the kick, there's tryouts, and then eventually they're going to
get rid of that kicker and go to another kicker. So it's just like the ultimate, you do or you don't, you perform or there's the door. And Eddie Pinheiro basically said it a couple times. He's like, hey, man, I get the deal, man. You make your kicks or you're gone. And he seemed real comfortable with it. It's like he's a veteran. He's been around the block. On cutting Jake Moody, Kyle Shanahan said it wasn't that hard of a decision. It is what it is. He lost his confidence. He was too inconsistent. We talked to him about it. He agreed. I mean, what's there to disagree with? I'm sure they just said, hey, Jake, we needed you to make more. And he said, yeah, I wish I could have made more. Jake, we needed you to be better. Yeah, I wish I could have been better. Jake, looks like somewhere along the line you lost your confidence. I will say this. If you just chart his career pre-injury last year and post-injury, maybe that injury had something to do with it, because he had a pretty good little thing going before he had that real impact on his ankle where he kind of flipped over it. He was lucky not to snap the ankle, and you just kind of wonder if he lost his rhythm, he lost his feel a little bit, never quite got it back. So he'll go somewhere else and he'll figure it out, I'm sure. But it's over here in San Francisco for Jake Moody, and some would say none too soon. But that's just the nature of the cutthroat nature of the NFL. Here today, gone tomorrow. The Niners also today signed a tight end, Messiah Swinson. That's quite the name, Messiah Swinson. He's a 25-year-old tight end. He played collegiately at Missouri and a little bit at ASU. He's only 25, as I said. Big target, 6'7", 260. Niners worked out a bunch of tight ends: Zach Davidson, Peyton Hendershot, Cole Turner, Nick Muse, and then Swinson, and then opted for Swinson. He's not a burner. He's a big target, though. It looks like probably a decent red zone threat, probably a developmental guy, 4'8", 40. What really stood out when I was looking at the profile is the hands. 10 3/4 inch hands. This guy's got almost 11-inch hands. That's just massive mitts. And he's a tall target. So we'll see. I don't know much about him. He played in Green Bay. He's had a couple stints with Green Bay and Carolina. So he gets signed by the 49ers to their practice squad. So that's pretty much what happened today down in Santa Clara. Had a chance to talk to Kyle Shanahan about Mac Jones. And, the Niners, the Mac Jones thing is really interesting, I think, on a lot of fronts, from the standpoint of, the guy was really good at Bama, right? I mean, 15th pick in the 21 draft by New England, the fifth quarterback taken in that 21 class that included Trey Lance, went to the Pro Bowl his first year. I mean, but this guy was great at Bama, two-time national champion, first-team All-SEC, 16-1 record. I mean, it was Bama, so they beat everybody all the time. But he completed 77% in 2020 on the year. I don't care who you're playing and what your team looks like. That's impressive. 77%. And then the touchdowns, interceptions is pretty impressive, too. 56 touchdowns and 7 picks. Then he goes to New England, has a great rookie year, makes the Pro Bowl. They go to the playoffs. And 22, Josh McDaniels leaves New England, and Belichick goes to Matt Patricia, a defensive guy, as the OC. And that's about how well it worked. The next year, they went to Bill O'Brien, but their receiving core wasn't very good, mixing some injuries. Then he moves on to Jacksonville in 24 to back up Trevor Lawrence, barely played there. And the Niners signed him in the offseason for 2 years and $7 million. I said I thought it was one of the best moves of their offseason, just because I think Brock needs somebody to challenge him, and the Niners need somebody they can win with, because Brock has gone down with injuries. And so the Niners have him under contract for not just this year, but next year. 49 NFL starts, 20-29 record, pretty humdrum. 54 touchdowns, 44 picks. Now, that number is the number that jumps out. That's too many picks. You can't throw that many interceptions. He's going to have to somehow dial back his interceptions. But Shanahan was asked about him today. He said, man, he's extremely tough. He knows how to play. He sees coverages well. He says he's a tough guy. He says he gets the ball where it needs to go. He can distribute. He's in a lot of ways, he's like Brock Purdy. He can really, really distribute. So, we'll see. I mean, we'll see what he's got. They call him the Joker. It's amazing, though, out of the chute, how much adversity the Niners have already faced out of the chute. I mean, Kyle, by the way, said he thought his O-line played well this last week, but Brock Purdy still was pressured on 60% of his dropbacks, or almost 60%, like 57, 58%. They hit him 8 times, Seattle did, and the Niners only ran for 3 yards a carry with the great CMC toting the rock. So I don't know how great the O-line really is playing, but he said they're playing well. Doesn't seem like it to me. Now you got Brock Purdy with the toe injury, maybe out a couple weeks. You got Kittle going to miss a month with a hammy. You got no Brandon Ayuk because of the knee rehab. You got no Demarcus Robinson because of the 3-game suspension that now has still 2 weeks to go. Ben Barch has got a knee and an elbow injury, so you may have to go with a rookie in Connor Colby at left guard in New Orleans, which is one of the loudest places to play in the entire league. And they had 5 sacks last week of Kyler Murray. I mean, how about that? If you can sack Kyler Murray 5 times, you got a pretty good front. I mean, I've looked at this New Orleans, Arizona tape already, and they've got some guys up front. And Demario Davis is no joke. So I mean, the Niners just have a lot of adversity. I mean, the 3 rookie D linemen, CJ played 7 snaps, didn't do a whole lot. Alfred Collins played 9 snaps, didn't do a whole lot. Mikael Williams played a bunch of snaps, didn't produce a lot. But I will say this, upon watching the film, I liked a few things about the film. I liked what I saw from Mikael and Yatir Gross-Matos inside as interior rushers in the Niners nickel. I think that's going to be something to look for going forward. I thought those guys shined and looked like they could put together some pass rush. So, I mean, it's amazing the adversity, though. You have 2 rookies starting in the secondary, Stout and Siegel. They both played pretty well, but you got rookies back there. You're 1 week into the season. You've already kicked your kicker to the curb for another kicker. The special teams was just dreadful. Penalties, a fumble, missed field goal. I mean, it's just back to last year all over again. I mean, this is out of the chute. A ton of adversity for the Niners. But this is the NFL, and this is the way it comes. I'll say this, from watching the film, few things jumped out. I thought Brock Purdy played incredible. I mean, that second interception was a bad decision, right? It was man-to-man. The corner Job undercut Pearsall. Brock, I don't know what Brock was thinking there. It was just a terrible decision. You had Witherspoon and Woolen right in that area. It was never going to go. I mean, I don't know what he was seeing on that. I'd love to hear him talk about that on Thursday, what he saw in that second pick. But take that away, and he threw about 5 what I would call 50-50 balls, which you got to throw in the NFL. You got to throw some 50-50 balls. You got to give your guys a chance to make plays. But I thought he made a number of incredible plays. And he got a little lucky on the one at the end. It was a 50-50 ball. He breaks contain. Tongas is trying to work back to the quarterback. It's kind of a fire drill. Brock's rolling to his right. He's looking to make a play. It's a 3-point game. A field goal ties the game, but man, he's going for the win. And I thought that was a very fortunate play by Tongas. But still, I thought Purdy played an incredible game. A couple of the things that stood out. Warner and D. Winters, these guys are playing at an incredible high level. And I'll tell you, the other thing that jumped out is that Seattle stayed with their nickel against the Niners in the base. So the Niners, they love their 21 personnel under Shanahan. Seahawks played nickel. They played nickel. 58% snaps nickel defense this week by Seattle. 32 of those 58 snaps were against either 12 or 21 personnel. So I don't know if that's something that McDonald just wanted to do and we won't see that copied, or if that's going to be a trend. Will teams try to look for that speed advantage and go kind of 4-2-5 look and play the nickel against the Niners even when they're in 21 personnel and 2 backs? So it's something to watch for sure. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. Let's bring in Brian Peacock, the host of Locked On 49ers. He's next. And then Carlos Ramirez is going to jump in, and we'll talk a little bit about Sunday. He'll be on the call with Tim Ryan from New Orleans, and I'll be there. I'm excited to head out there. We're taking off on Friday. So up next, though, Brian Peacock stops by on Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, he spoke today and said that Brock Purdy is a long shot for Sunday's game against the Saints in New Orleans. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-5627 or on our socials at KNBR.
faithful. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continue on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to Niners Nightly, and with us on the UMA guest line to chop it up and break it down is Brian Peacock, half of Locked On 49ers. Brian, Niners and Saints, and this week they're going to have to get it done without Brock Purdy on the road and with no George Kittle, and suddenly it's amazing how much adversity has struck this team right out of the chute.
It's never dull with the San Francisco 49ers. It's always something, which makes it great to cover the football team. But I imagine the hearts of 49ers fans are probably aging more rapidly than maybe the fans of other teams around the NFL. With everything that's gone on for really a last half a dozen years with quarterback controversies and injuries and, having bad seasons and great seasons and losing Super Bowls, it can never just be normal for the San Francisco 49ers. And here we are again already. And we're only 1 week into the 2025 season. I don't know how this thing's going to go in New Orleans. It's not the easiest place to play. And we had talked about on Locked On 49ers that this could be potentially a trap game coming into the year when we were making predictions just a couple of weeks ago. And now it's less like a trap game, more like a game that feels like it's suddenly the 49ers and the Saints are on a level playing field with a lot of unknowns going into week 2.
I would imagine the offensive game plan for the 49ers is going to be a heavy dose of the run to try to support Mac Jones. And without George Kittle, I would imagine they still do have Luke Farrell, who's an excellent run blocker. But I'll tell you, just watching the first week from the Saints, they're not an easy team to run on. They got Breesy from Clemson inside. They got Godshock inside. Granderson's a good pass rusher. Demario Davis has always been a good linebacker. Carl Granderson off the edge is a problem right now. And you got Chase Young, if he's healthy, off the other edge. Cam Jordan is, been playing forever, but he's still playing at a high level. So, this 49er offensive line is going to be challenged by this Saints front for sure.
Cam Jordan and Demario Davis can still play. I absolutely agree there. And so this is not going to be a cakewalk. I don't think that top to bottom, the New Orleans Saints are a great football team, but the 49ers are going to have a challenge, and they're going to have to go in there, beat up, and go win a football game. And they gotta lean on the run game, right? But I don't know how sustainable 31 touches a game is for Christian McCaffrey. That's a 517 touch pace for the season, right? And so a guy that's already got his own injuries, and he said there was more made of his calf injury, and good on Christian McCaffrey if he pulled himself out of practice, and it really wasn't a major injury to avoid that sort of an injury for him with his calf and all the lower leg injuries that he was dealing with last year. He said there's nothing to worry about, but he said that last year too. But if he's feeling good this week after getting the workhorse 31 touches that he got last week, then that's a really good sign for the 49ers. They're going to have to run the ball. They're going to have to run the ball a little bit more efficiently than they did the 3 yard per clip than week 1 against the Seahawks.
What's your assessment of the 49er offensive line? On one hand, Shanahan today, I thought our line played pretty well. But then when you look closer, they struggled to run the ball with McCaffrey. They, averaged 3 yards a carry. Purdy was pressured on 60% of his dropbacks. That's way, way too much pressure. What do you give me your thoughts on the Niner O-line?
Well, I think in a lot of ways, the 49ers defense helped the offense that they didn't have to put up more points in week 1 because it was a struggle for them to run the football. Brock Purdy got pressured too much. And especially with the way that some of the pressures came about with the guy who gave up the most pressures was Trent Williams, and looking a little rusty in week 1. And there were times where he looked like vintage Trent Williams, but you hope that, he's got his legs underneath him a little bit more going into week 2. I think Dominic Poone's probably playing a little bit hurt. And so all that leads to an offensive line that plays pretty, average at best, I think, in a lot of ways. And I think that's what we saw in week 1. They need to create more holes for Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson, and they need to protect Mac Jones if he's back there at quarterback, because I think Mac Jones is going to be able to make fewer plays on the move, even though he's maybe more athletic than you would give him credit for. He's not the playmaker on the move that Brock Purdy might be.
How good of a player do you think Mac Jones is? Do you believe that Mac Jones was the guy that Kyle wanted in 2021? He was the fifth of the 5 quarterbacks that went in round 1 in 21, and there was so much talk at the time. Even as Shanahan himself was like, "I like Trey Lance," there were people who were like, "He doesn't mean it." The Mike Lombardis of the world like doubled down. No, that was forced upon him. What do you believe as far as the 21 draft?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that Mac Jones wasn't worthy of the number 3 pick in the draft. Probably wasn't a first round guy, period. And it is kind of crazy to think that the 49ers might have been willing to move up, to trade up to number 3 to get a guy like Mac Jones. I think he's a really good backup for the 49ers to have right now. I think he's a guy that can come in and spot start for you, and you're going to be okay, which I think the 49ers will be okay with Mac Jones. I think he is a good fit for Kyle Shanahan. I see why he might have liked him as a quarterback, but clearly he just doesn't have the talent level of someone that you're going to try to draft number 3 and let alone trade up to get and have a franchise altering player. And it's funny because the 49ers, out of the 3 guys that were talked about at the 3rd pick, the guy who was a clear distant 3rd for them, and Justin Fields, turned out to be the best NFL quarterback. And he had a really good week for the New York Jets in week 1. So I don't know if Fields would have been a great fit for the 49ers and how much better that would have gone than Trey Lance. But what a wild turn of events in 2021. And it's funny because 49ers fans kind of learned to, a lot of 49ers fans learned to kind of hate or at least dislike Mac Jones because a lot of them didn't want Mac Jones as the pick. And so they kind of turned against Mac Jones. And now to see him starting and it's a pretty wild turn of events. I think he's going to be a good player for the 49ers in a backup role. I think he can come in and win some football games. And I think the 49ers are going to win the game. And I think there might be some opportunities for some bigger throws down the field from Mac Jones because he does throw a pretty nice deep ball. I don't know how efficient it's going to be. I don't know if he's going to be able to make those tight window throws on time like Brock Purdy has, but I think he could be a good fit, and I don't think anybody should be shocked if he plays well for Kyle Shanahan.
Supposedly his nickname is the Joker. Did you know that? His
Mac Jones?
Yeah, I think supposedly he goes by the Joker.
Okay.
I don't know. I just read that, but I mean, this guy was a 2-time national champion. This guy was first team All SEC. This guy made the Pro Bowl as his rookie year in 2021. I'm looking at his Alabama stats: 16-1 with 56 touchdowns and 7 picks. In 2020 at Bama, he completed 77% of his passes. He goes to the Pro Bowl in 21. McDaniel leaves in 22. They bring in Matt Patricia as the OC. Needless to say, a defensive coach as the OC doesn't necessarily go well. It didn't go well. Then their receiver core just kind of fell apart. Bill O'Brien in 23. They moved him to Jacksonville in 24. He signs with the Niners for 2 years and $7 million. I don't know. I mean, I'll say this: the guy really opened my eyes this summer. He's tough. He knows how to play. He's smart. He sees coverage as well. He's tough. He gets the ball out. He plays on time. Against Denver's killer defense in the joint practice, I thought he outplayed Purdy that day. I thought he played on time and delivered the ball. What are the odds that Mac Jones steps in and just plays great?
I think it's certainly possible. And look, Kyle Shanahan's a phenomenal offensive coordinator. And you've seen guys who are NFL level players be elevated in Kyle Shanahan's offense. And we saw that with Jimmy Garoppolo too, another former New England Patriot. Will we see the same thing with Mac Jones? I think it's certainly entirely possible. I don't want to heap too much expectations on Mac Jones in this game, but I think he'll be fine. I think he's a really good backup quarterback to have. I think he was a smart signing by the 49ers. I don't expect him to outplay and create a quarterback controversy and play so well, but I think he'll be all right for the 49ers in the time being. The thing I worry about is who's he going to be throwing the ball to.
Exactly. And who knows? I mean, it's wide open. Is it going to, be some combination of Gage and Bourne, if Bourne is ready, and JJ, if JJ's healthy, and Pearsall, and it's maybe Watkins, if Watkins can get out there. Won't be DeMarcus Robinson for a couple more weeks. Watching the film, the All 22 this morning for the first time, and then watching the game on the TV copy, and you start to see a little bit more of the game within the game. And some of the things that jumped out was the fact that Seattle against the Niners base personnel, they just stayed with their nickel. I was looking at some of the film and the breakdown on that. 58 nickel defense snaps by Seattle in this game, 32 of them against the Niners in either 12 personnel or 21 personnel. So they kind of, just said, hey, we feel like we can physically stand up to their bigger personnel and still play our nickel and still put 5 DBs out there. Do you think that's a trend we may see throughout the year, or do you think that's just Seattle playing to what McDonald interprets as their personnel?
Yeah, I think Mike McDonald's a really smart defensive mind, and being able to be multiple up front and play big and small at the same time. It's one of the things the 49ers are able to do, and it really negates one of the advantages that Kyle Shanahan has when he has Kyle Juszczyk and he has George Kittle and he has Christian McCaffrey, and you can really run and pass with all of those players, and it puts the defense in a bind. And so if you play your defense the way Kyle Shanahan wants you to play defense against him, it's going to make it easier for Kyle Shanahan. So I think that's if you do have the horses up front to stop the run, and you could play with a nickel defender, and their nickel defenders made a lot of plays in the run and in the backfield. And there was always, Witherspoon and E-Man Worry before he got hurt at the beginning of the game. And there seemed to be always a defender, a defensive back that was near the line of scrimmage that was making a lot of plays for that Seattle Seahawks defense. And I think you'll probably see a lot of teams try to take a page out of that against the 49ers. So that way they still have that nickel personnel on the field when the 49ers are able to call pass plays with a dynamic pass catching running back like Christian McCaffrey.
Last thing I want to get your thoughts on, when you looked at the stat sheet for Mikael Williams, you see how many he played a bunch of snaps. He played a lot inside. There was no tackles. There were no pressures. There were no sacks. There were no hurries. And yet people that said, hey, man, I watched the film, I gave him like a B minus. And I'm like, well, okay, I got to go watch it myself. So after watching it a little bit this morning, I'll say this. I don't know if Gross Matos can stay healthy, but Gross Matos and Williams inside in that nickel pass rush line, their NASCAR line, whatever you want to call it, where they basically go 4 defensive ends with Huff and Bosa on the edges and Gross Matos and Mikael inside. That gives the Niners 2 truly dynamic interior guys. And I thought Seattle, even though I liked what I saw from Zabel, I thought they didn't handle it particularly well. To me, that's an exciting combo inside. If Gross Matos can stay healthy and Williams can continue to kind of learn and progress, I think they could be a really exciting inside rush combo.
Yeah, and I was wondering how Robert Saleh would run that defensive unit and rotate the defensive linemen, and he did have a lot of rotations. I think there's still a lot of competition for snaps there. Kalia Davis had some snaps, and he's really the only true 3 technique on the roster. Alfred Collins worked in the second drive, which was probably the worst drive by the 49ers defense, and then CJ West worked in there as well, and Elliott was in there as the starter, and he was in there quite a bit of defensive tackle. And then, I knew Mikael Williams would get some looks inside, but I didn't expect to see Mikael Williams and Yetur Gross-Matos both inside as bigger defensive ends and rushing from the interior at the same time. And then Robert Saleh was also throwing a lot of wrinkles. It was much less static 49ers front than in recent years. And then when Robert Saleh was first here, and he was doing some sim pressures and then dropping Yetur Gross-Matos back in coverage a couple times, and Mikael Williams back in coverage, and then bringing a different blitzer from another place to get numbers, and really finding ways to get pressure without just bringing his standard 4 defensive linemen and utilizing those more athletic defensive ends on the interior. So I loved seeing that from Robert Saleh, seeing how good D. Winters is playing. It's clear that Saleh is a linebacker whisperer. That was phenomenal and really felt like a stock up and one big check mark for the 49ers, the way they rotated on the defensive line, the way Robert Saleh has that unit ready to go with so many young players and so many questions about what they were going to look like outside of, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And Mikael Williams specifically, he didn't win a bunch as a pass rusher or make a bunch of plays in the backfield or anything and had a very empty box score, but he didn't lose either, which is in the run game. He was powerful. He showed leverage, maybe looked a little tentative. I didn't see him trying to throw a lot of moves as a pass rusher either. So maybe there's more growth there. And he was just making sure that he was assignment sound in the run game before anything else in week 1, year 1.
Brian, always good to rap with you, man. We'll do it again.
Absolutely, Larry. Always a pleasure.
Brian Peacock stopping by. It's Niners Nightly. We've got more straight ahead on the Sports Leader. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, it's good to talk a little Niner ball with Brian Peacock. Now we're going to switch gears and talk with Carlos Ramirez, who's a 3-time Emmy Award-winning announcer, and he will be on the call with Tim Ryan Sunday in Week 2 in the Dome. Niners and Saints go, and, of course, Carlos will be sitting in for our buddy Greg Papa, who, Pop, if you're out there, we love you, brother. Keep fighting the good fight, and we'll see you soon. And Carlos is with us on the UMA guest line to look ahead to Sunday. Hey, Carlos, how are you?
Hey, Krug, what's up?
Hey, man, it was good to see you today. And, you got to be fired up, huh? I mean, have you ever broadcast when was the last time you broadcast a football game? Give us your play-by-play background.
Well, this year, a couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of being invited by the Carolina Panthers to call 2 of their preseason games. I did the Browns game, also the Texans game, which was perfect because all three of those teams will be 49er opponents this season. So I saw it as a good opportunity to just keep doing play-by-play and also scouting ahead to some of the 49er rivals for the season. And then since a couple of years ago, I want to say since 2021, I've been doing the international calls for NFL Game Pass, the international feeds, both in Spanish and in English. And in 2021, I was lucky enough to be named the Spanish play-by-play, the Spanish equivalent of Al Michaels when Telemundo and NBC re-signed for Sunday Night Football. So I called every Sunday Night Football game that season leading up to the Rams and the Bengals Super Bowl down in SoFi. And before that, it was the 49ers radio network in Spanish. So I've been doing football for the past 7 years in different outlets and different platforms. But this is by far the most significant one, even though I've had Super Bowls. I called the Super Bowl in Miami for the 49ers in Spanish. I did, like I said, the Super Bowl with Telemundo in 2021. This is different. First of all, because like you said, and I've worked, Larry, my entire career to get opportunities like this, but the setting in which it happens isn't ideal. And I want to make this very clear. This doesn't happen without the blessing and the support of Greg Papa. To be honest, I wish it had never happened, at least this way. I would much rather not have to call this game and have Papa sit up there healthy, because he's a friend and a mentor, and he is the best at it. But this is life. And just like Mac Jones will get to start on Sunday, well, I'll get to start for Pop, and he'll be back, just like Brock will be back. And again, this doesn't happen without both Greg's endorsement and Bob Sargent's approval, and also support from inside the 49ers and Mike Holler and my boss at NBC Sports Bay Area, Dave Bernstein, and my agent, Debbie Spander, who, they all collectively came together and said, yeah, this is a great opportunity for Carlos and for us. We want to, showcase him, what he can do. And I'm stoked. I'm stoked. I was there. You saw me there this morning with Kyle and locker room, and then training and practice, and I'll be there tomorrow as well. So it's a dream come true. I grew up in a country where football means little to nothing, but it meant a lot to me, because when I came here as a 6-year-old kid, I fell in love with the game, and I've followed it ever since. Loved it ever since. It hasn't always loved me back, like my Colorado University Buffaloes have not in a while. But I just want to have fun, Larry, and be respectful, professional, engaging, energetic, and give a broadcast that the faithful can feel proud of.
Oh, man, you'll be outstanding. I would say break a leg, but the Niner injury history is so
please.
It's so dubious right now that I'm afraid to even put that little hex on you. But I will say this: you're working with obviously Holler as running the broadcast, but you got T-Rock there, who might be the best color analyst going. He knows the game like the back of his hand, and he will absolutely be a nice blend of his incredible energy and passion and your personality. I'm sure it will be great. I'm sure you'll do well. What do you think of this matchup now? The 49ers on paper, this looked like a very a very favorable situation, but the line has moved significantly, multiple points since Purdy checked out and Mac Jones checked in. And after I watched the Saints-Arizona game, I'll say this, man, the 49ers offensive line is going to be in for it. This is a pretty good Saints defensive front, and it's going to be a challenge for Mac Jones and the Niner offense.
It will. It will. It's never easy. Listen, on the road, it's never easy. In a loud environment, it's not easy. It's not going to be an easy game. I mean, we just saw the great equalizer in all sports. There's two. Whenever those apply. One is the weather, right? Whenever you have a really good team and another one that's not that impressive, maybe the elements play a factor, and that can benefit that lesser team or squad, right? Sports like basketball and baseball don't have, or specifically basketball, maybe you have altitude and stuff, but not weather per se. And the other one are injuries. And for this game, injuries have tipped the scale towards the Saints favorably. I'm not saying they're favorite. I'm not saying they're the prohibitive dog to win this fight, but I am saying that without Brock and without George, and we don't know the status of other players, this is a tighter game than anticipated. I'll say this. Kellen Moore, for the praise he has gotten throughout his career, both as a good backup quarterback and then a good quarterbacks coach with Dallas, and what he did to enhance Dak Prescott's career, and then as an offensive coordinator both with Dallas and the Chargers and later with the Eagles. It's one thing, Krug, and you know this, it's one thing to be behind the scenes or behind the shield of a head coach. It's a completely different ballgame to be front-facing a franchise. And that's what he's doing right now. And I know it's just a game, but just listening to radio shows and podcasts and reading articles, prepping for the broadcast, there's this already sentiment, Krug, that Kellen Moore is being conservative. And that's been his kind of, aside from a year he had with Dak where everything clicked for the Cowboys, I don't remember anyone talking about Moore as this offensive, creative, brilliant mind who will just scheme up players open in a way that's never been seen before. He's a great coordinator, but no one, there's no reverence like there is with Shanahan and McVay and Reed and, so many other coaches. So that's the main critique now is they're even giving more slack to Spencer Rattler and saying if Moore was more aggressive, if he was more creative, maybe Rattler could do even more. Kamara is not the same Kamara. He did score a touchdown. Shaheed, it's one game, to be honest. I think the big thing to take advantage of, Krug, that I saw in that game, watching back that game against the Cardinals, is penalties. This team, the Saints, committed 13 penalties. 7 of them were pre-snap penalties on offense. So if you're a team that has offensive limitations like the Saints have, and you're constantly in 2nd and 10, 2nd and 20, 1st and 20, 1st and 15, whatever the case may be, then much more worse, right? So that's something to take advantage of, whether it's with pressures, with exotic looks from Robert Saleh, with creating early pressure so that offensive line gets jittery. It's going to be loud. So that's one area that I think it's the coaching matchup to me, Krug, is the one that will set this game apart, because Shanahan Saleh versus Moore I blanked.
Rattler.
Staley is not Staley.
Oh.
I mean, Moore and Brandon Staley. Yeah, Kellen Moore, Brandon Staley versus Shanahan Saleh. Give me Shanahan Saleh every day.
Sure. I mean, honestly, the thing that jumped out to me about Arizona, New Orleans, just looking at it, was how well Arizona ran it. Arizona ran the ball for 5.4 a carry. So, I mean, with Mac Jones, I would expect, a heavy run game plan. Now, what'd you think of McCaffrey in week 1?
Well, 31 touches. It's important. I like the fact that he was clear-headed enough to check himself out of the game whenever he felt he needed either a break or something else happened. And that Brian Robinson, with 1 week of practice, was able to perform significantly better than or at least I expected him to be. Listen, it's going to be interesting. Maybe, Krug, we're going to see, and if anyone has an advantage playing in that dome this weekend, from the 49er perspective, it's Christian McCaffrey. With his past, playing with the Panthers, being there, knowing that turf, knowing that stadium, how loud it gets, understanding what it takes to win in New Orleans. I guess my question is, do we see some exotic plays from Shanahan where both McCaffrey and Brian Robinson Jr. are on the field at the same time, whether it's both in the back, convert McCaffrey into the Debo role and have Robinson be the McCaffrey in some way. Maybe that's something we'll see because of just a lack of weapons, because you lost Kittle. I don't think Jennings will make it to the game. And if he does, he might be significantly underused just because of no training camp plus the shoulder injury. Kendrick Bourne just got here, and MVS wasn't even targeted the week previous, and same with Russell Gage. So you're pretty much counting on your two tight ends as either blockers or alternate weapons, and then McCaffrey, Pearsall, Robinson, and Kyle Juszczyk. So, but to your point, I think McCaffrey looked phenomenal for game one, week one, with the concerns we had against a stingy Seattle Seahawks defense. I just expect him to get better and better as the weeks go by.
Jake Moody, obviously the Niners said goodbye to Jake Moody, and
oh my God,
these are tough decisions. I mean, Shanahan said it wasn't that tough of a decision just because of how it all went. He said it is what it is. He said he lost his confidence, and he just admitted that he was just too inconsistent, and that they talked to Jake, and Jake pretty much agreed. I mean, what's there to say? But to me, Carlos, I think it's pretty exciting from the standpoint of, I didn't think that they could get somebody the caliber of Eddie Pinheiro, who, and I'm not sure exactly that we got a straight answer from Eddie and why he waited so long to sign with anybody. He's 88% in his career. It's the third most accurate kicker in pro football. I was looking at his last 3 years in Carolina. He made almost 90% of his kicks. And I loved his perspective when I talked to him today. He's like, hey, man, if I don't make kicks, I'm gone. It's just the way it is in this league. And I just think it's sobering. It's, but he's a veteran. I think mentally maybe he can deal with it better than Jake. What do you think of the Moody era ending and the Eddie Pinheiro era beginning?
Well, you know what? It's funny because, well, not funny. I think, Krug, we should all go back to that, fateful block or tackle. No kicker should ever tackle anyone, and they're not built for that. That's not in the job description. Whenever a kicker or punter signs their contract, there should be a clause that says thou shalt not tackle. And there's Jake Moody was one player before the tackle that he made that created or induced the sprain in his right ankle and the injury that sidelined him for weeks, and then he came back and he was never the same. And then there was another Jake Moody, the post-injury Jake Moody. And I think sometimes it's just as simple as this guy, for whatever reason, psychological, mental, physical, mechanical, health-wise, he was never the same after that injury, whether they rushed him or not, whether he rushed himself. Because I don't think the 49ers put a gun, a proverbial gun to Jake Moody's head and said, you have to kick now or else, right? I think it was a combination of, the Niners rushed him and he rushed himself. He wanted to go back there and contribute, which is something, it's remarkable. But, and someone asked a question, I think, today about, do the 49ers reassess how they go about their draft because of, pretty much that draft that year? It was Jake Moody and Kevin Latu. You just wasted 2 third-round draft picks, which you cannot do in any case. So I think it's a sad story because the Niners spent a highly coveted pick on a player that did not pan out. It's a sad story because a great college kicker was injured, and I'm pretty certain that he was not ever the same player, both inside his brain and inside his right ankle. And now we're going to get to see Eddie Pinheiro kick, who – just by this week's matchup alone, might be the best kicker the 49ers could have found on the market, because remember, he did kick for 3 seasons with the Panthers, so he's very much in tune and accustomed, or at least aware of the surroundings down in the Caesars Superdome. I asked him today in the locker room, and the first thing he said was, it's dark there.
Yeah,
So
that's the first thing he said. He's like, yeah, it's dark in there.
Yeah, so his eyes and mechanics are very much aware of what it takes, Krug, to make kicks in that scenario. And with a tight matchup like the one I think we're both anticipating, it might just come down to Eddie Pinheiro making a clutch kick at some point. It doesn't have to be, a buzzer beater for them to win the game, but it might just be a second quarter, third quarter kick that does it or defines this game. And to have a guy like Pinheiro who knows that building, it has to be a confidence boost for that entire team going to New Orleans.
Yeah, I love the idea of going with a veteran. I mean, he just come on. I mean, no, every stadium he's going to kick in, he's kicked in before. He's got ideas about all of it. I think the Niners had a great game plan in week 1. They played complementary football. They protected their young defense. Now with Purdy out, there's even more impetus and more urgency, I should say, to play complementary football and run the heck out of it. Try to protect Mac Jones, try to protect that young defensive front. I think these young Niner rookies are going to all come along pretty nicely, but they have to be protected in September. And I think Shanahan understands that. You saw that, I think, with the game plan. Carlos, have a great call on Sunday. I'll be there as well. If I see you on Bourbon Street, I'll buy you a beer. And I'm sure you're gonna do great, man. We're all rooting for you. Have a great call. Lean on your partner and break a leg.
Oh, thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. One final nugget on Joel Pinheiro. His career kicking inside a dome, he is 13 for 13 on extra points. He is 14 of 15 on field goals. So he has only missed a single kick in his career in a dome. Outdoors, 87.5% field goals, 91.2% extra points. So he is nails inside a dome, which is the environment they'll see on Sunday. Thank you for the call, Larry, for the time. I appreciate the good wishes. And the theatrical break a leg, all good omens. I appreciate it. Let's have fun in New Orleans over the weekend. If we see each other, I'll buy you a beer as well. Thank you for the time. You're great at what you do, man. I'm a fan. You're one of the best, not just personally, but also on the mic. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you in the Big Easy. And once again, have a great call. The great Carlos Ramirez, and he's going to do a really nice job sitting in for the great Greg Papa. All right, that does it for our hour. We're in. We're out. Kerry Crowley is warming up the pipes. He's saying, hey, the Giants and the Dodgers are coming up this weekend. Let's freaking talk about it. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what Kerry's talking about. He might be talking Niners tonight. He could be talking about the Giants and their run at the wild card, which is still very much alive. We got a lot to talk about on the leader. Thanks to Kyle. Thanks to Carlos. Thanks to Brian Peacock. And thanks to all of you. We'll see you tomorrow night at 6 o'clock back on the radio for another edition of Niners Nightly. And our guest tomorrow night will be the great Todd Husak. I'm really looking forward to talking some ball and getting his perspective on what he thought of Brock Purdy in week 1 and what he thinks we're going to see from Mac Jones in week 2. So that's coming up tomorrow night at 6. We'll see you then on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants could not complete the sweep over the Diamondbacks, but they still took 2 of 3. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic, he joins Dirty Work at 5:30. Keep it locked right here on The Sports Leader.
Bailey out on deck. Here's Saul Frank throwing. Swinging the ground ball past the mound. Not hit very hard. Out near second. The shortstop Perdomo's got it. And over to first in time for the out. Fourth straight time that Matos has grounded out in this one. And that puts it into it. And the D-backs salvage the finale of the series, beating the Giants 5-3.
Here's your host, Kerry Crowley.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you Wednesday evening. You just heard John Miller on the final call from Oracle Park this afternoon. The Giants lose it 5-3, but we've got another score update for you that is pertinent and relevant to the Giants' primary objective down the stretch here. The Phillies defeated the Mets 11-3. That game going final within the last hour. Christopher Sanchez gets the win. Clay Holmes gets the loss, which means the Giants don't lose any ground, which means the Giants are still hanging around this postseason race. Yes, believe it or not, a 74-72 team is not yet out of it. And I've said for many years now that the third wild card spot is really one of the worst things that Rob Manfred has ever brought to Major League Baseball, because it gives teams that played poorly throughout the season belief and hope in September when they should really be focused on 2026. But I look at this Giants season a little differently, in part because the Giants did trade away players at the deadline. They did start to turn their attention to 2026, and there ain't that much changing about this roster when you head to 2026, particularly the Giants' core. So they've been able in August and now the beginning of September to focus on the players who will be back, the players who could play important roles, be it Luis Matos, who made the final out today, be it Drew Gilbert, who's brought a ton of energy to the dugout, be it all the different relief pitchers who are getting auditions with Camilo Doval in New York with the Yankees, Tyler Rogers in New York with the Mets, and of course Randy Rodriguez sidelined through the next season with the upcoming Tommy John surgery that he's set to undergo. So the Giants turn their attention to 2026 in many ways, and yet they've started to play much better baseball. 13 of their last 17 games have ended with a victory, and that includes today's 5-3 defeat at the hands of an NL West rival in Arizona. So while they've turned their focus and attention, philosophically speaking, to 2026, they're still very much in this thing in 2025 because of the failures of the New York Mets, who are now 76-70 and plummeting with each passing day. The Mets are playing horrendous baseball. And the third wildcard spot is up for grabs at the moment. The Cincinnati Reds right in the race right now, along with the San Francisco Giants. If they come back and beat the Padres this evening, they'll be tied with the Giants, 2 games out behind the New York Mets. The Padres 79-66, comfortable in that second wildcard spot. The Cubs 82-63, a season very much deserving of a playoff spot. But the third wildcard spot is just, it's kind of crazy to me that you could be 74-72 with 3 weeks to go in the regular season and still thinking about the playoffs. And yet, here the Giants are, 7-3 in their last 10. Like I said, 13 of the last 17 they've taken down. And hope this weekend against a Los Angeles Dodgers team that isn't playing great baseball. Dodgers have won 3 in a row, but before that, they'd won 1 of their last 7. It's a team that just can't pitch all that well, doesn't have the same punch at the plate as it did in recent years. And quite frankly, give me the Brewers, give me the Phillies over the Dodgers in the playoffs right now. I know the Phillies are, reeling after the loss of Zach Wheeler, but nevertheless, you've got Ranger Suarez pitching dominant ball last night. Christopher Sanchez, who could finish as the runner-up to Paul Skeens in the NL Cy Young voting, dominating the Mets this evening. And beyond those teams, no one in the National League is all that impressive. So do you believe in the San Francisco Giants? Do you think that this ball club that has 7 games left against the Los Angeles Dodgers, 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks, 3 against the St. Louis Cardinals, and 3 against the Colorado Rockies, still has a chance? Do you believe in the Giants? 415-808-KNBR, even after a discouraging loss today, 5-3 at the hands of the D-backs. Carson Seymour gives up 4 early, doesn't make it out of the second inning. The bullpen did an outstanding job just to keep that game in check, and really credit Spencer Bivens going 3 2/3 innings, just 1 hit allowed over that time frame. He did walk 3, but JT Brubaker, Jose Butto throwing scoreless frames. Butto looked good in the 9th inning today, trying to keep the Giants in this thing, and Rafael Devers helped do just that with the 2-run double in the 8th inning. The Giants score 1 in the 9th, but ultimately it was way too little, way too late. They didn't do any damage against Eduardo Rodriguez, the starter today for Arizona, who entered this afternoon with an ERA well north of 5, and that's going to cost you. Anytime you face a pitcher with an ERA north of 5, you've got to win that ball game. So the Giants must regroup. They must prepare for this weekend series at Oracle Park, and they must hope that the Mets continue to lose. The Mets are abysmal, folks. The Reds are still in this thing. Don't count out the Diamondbacks just yet. If they take care of business against the Giants next week, who knows? It's a wild playoff race at the moment. And the third wildcard spot, not for everyone, but heck, you'd rather be playing for something than nothing right now, and the Giants still are. Do you believe in this team? 415-808-KNBR is the number. We will talk about that on the other side. We will read you the scores around Major League Baseball this afternoon, of course, throughout the show this evening. We're going to talk about the 49ers quarterback situation that's unfolded over the last 72 hours. Brock Purdy dealing with toe and shoulder issues. The toe deemed to be more serious. Kyle Shanahan saying it's a long shot that Purdy will play on Sunday, saying this could be a multi-week absence for the 49ers starter, the man who signed the $265 million contract this offseason. So what does that mean for this offense and Mac Jones? Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan. We thought that we'd get that way back in 2021. Could finally get it on Sunday at the Superdome. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR, and I failed to mention this earlier, but this show is sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply, online, industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. We'll take your phone calls on the other side, right here on The Sports Leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Devers swings and he hits a high drive out toward Triple's alley. The big part of the yard still going. It's gone! Or no, it hit to the right of the yellow line. It hit the top of the 20-foot high wall and just to the right of the yellow line and ends up bouncing back onto the field of play. So it's a two-run double above the 415 marker. And I think this is the only park other than maybe Yosemite where that was not going to be a home run.
Tremendous call from John Miller, and really couldn't have summed it up better. I was out there at Oracle Park this afternoon, and Devers launched and then admired that ball that ultimately somehow stayed in the park. I have no idea how the ball was carrying today out at Oracle Park, and he crushed it. But nevertheless, a two-run double for Rafael Devers, who moves his season RBI total up to 102. 59 of those coming with the Boston Red Sox. And, of course, each subsequent run batted in with the San Francisco Giants. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Giants lose 5-3. Not the ideal result. Not the result they're looking for with Carson Seymour on the mound against Eduardo Rodriguez of the Arizona Diamondbacks today. But the New York Mets also lost. They are in a tailspin. The Mets 76-70 right now. Not doing anything to create distance in this National League playoff race the Giants were completely out of just a few weeks ago. They've suddenly emerged back in as one of the hottest teams in baseball. 13 of their last 17. Do you believe in the San Francisco Giants? Do you envision this team overcoming the Mets and making a miracle run, understanding that 7 of their final games over the next 2.5 weeks are against the Los Angeles Dodgers? Let's go to Mel in Santa Cruz. Mel in Santa Cruz, you're on Sports Phone. Mel, how are you this evening?
First time I've called you, but I've been calling Sports Phone 68 longer than anybody else, guaranteed. I was in the very beginning. Anyway, the Giants, I think if they get into postseason, are going to be scary because you have Ray, Verlander, and Webb. And they haven't, the offense, Adames, was bad in the first half of the year. He's picked up. Chapman's still inconsistent, but better. And what we've seen, Bailey's one who's really advanced. Dominic Smith's been important. I think they're one of the toughest lineups in baseball to get through, but they still strike out too much. But the one thing that scares me is the back of the bullpen, and I just don't think you can trust Walker. I think you have to look at Muto and Figueroa and if they're for real, because I think that's their future on the back end of the bullpen. Now, I know there's some likelihood or some potential that Tyler Rogers will be back next year as a free agent. He was eligible for arbitration for free agency, and they wanted to get something back because they didn't think they were going anywhere. But they got a lot back. They're better off for it. I think Gilbert's going to be a important piece down the stretch. They have a lot of good players, and I think they're well for at least the next 4 years until Adames is starting to be aging. I think Devers is going to be fine.
I get where you're going with that, Mel. I appreciate those thoughts. Thank you for the call. I think that the back of the bullpen is definitely a question, and the Giants were hoping that after the trade deadline, they get to audition Randy Rodriguez in that closer role. And unfortunately for Rodriguez, when he pitched, he did so ineffectively after the trade deadline. And then we found out that, well, the elbow's been killing him all season, and he ultimately needed Tommy John surgery. And so the inflammation is such that he's not going to have that operation for at least another week or so. Dr. Keith Meister will perform it. But that has left a Giants bullpen completely depleted. I mean, you were talking about a group that had Rodriguez, an all-star, Rogers, a elite setup man, and Camilo Doval, who was trusted at the back end of the bullpen by Bob Melvin and the San Francisco Giants. And those three pitchers no longer with this club, so what does that leave you with? Ryan Walker's the most experienced guy down there in high-leverage situations, but I'm with you. I don't think you feel great about Walker in those moments. And even last night when he got the save, it was a single, it was a walk, and it was an adventure. But right now, I think the Giants bullpen kind of has to be an adventure because they are figuring things out. Mel brought up the great names of Yoel Peguero and Jose Buteau. And look, Peguero has been outstanding in a Giants uniform. He is entertaining, 100 to 101 with a fastball, fearless on the mound. And Buteau, I thought, did a great job in the ninth inning today. I said when the Giants got him for Tyler Rogers, he might be the single most productive player they get at the entire trade deadline. 4 players coming over from the New York Yankees, a guy in the Mike Yastrzemski deal for the Kansas City Royals who looks promising down an A-ball, and, of course, 3 players coming over in the trade involving Tyler Rogers. But Buteau had already been at the Major League level. He'd already succeeded in a bullpen in Queens in New York with the Mets. A tough place to break in. I think Buteau's got a big future in this Giants bullpen. It's just a question of which inning does he pitch? Is he an 8th inning guy? Could he ever be a 9th inning guy? I think in an ideal world, Buteau's more of a 6th, 7th inning guy for the San Francisco Giants. But if they ever wanted to audition him in the 8th and 9th innings of close games, high-leverage situations, now would be the time to do so. Let's go to JT in Oakland. JT in Oakland, you're on Sports Phone. JT, how are you?
Hey, good. How you doing?
Doing well. Doing well. What's on your mind this evening?
I'm excited. I'm excited about next year, I got to say. And you say our core. So I guess who isn't in the core is what's important. Who's not in that core?
Yeah.
I think we can do better at catcher. I don't think Patrick Bailey is a great catcher. I think he's a very good catcher, but he can't hit. And not only can't he hit, it seems like he has no plan out there. A lot of 3-and-1 swinging out of the zone, double plays. I think that's one. I don't know about Casey Schmidt yet. I like him. When he's hitting, he's great. But it was a weird stat, Kerry. He only has like 30 RBIs, and I forgot, didn't he have like 9 in 24 hours? And he's only has 30.
he did at Dodger Stadium. Yeah, he did.
So I love the way Adames has come around. He's going to put up the numbers we wanted him to. Devers is a no-brainer. We knew he was going to come around. Chapman, Ramos. I'm hanging with Ramos because he can hit. Hopefully his defense will get better. But there are a couple of guys that are going to have to go, and they're not going to be in that core. And I'm just wondering your thoughts on that. I think Patrick Bailey's got to go.
Yeah, look, I think that the Giants can manage this situation, JT, to the point where Bailey's playing at most 81 games next season. He's had better at-bats of late, and that's good because he'd fallen off a cliff in 23 and 24 in the second half of the season. He's a great defender, but they need more offense. They need far more offense at the catcher position. I think JT Realmuto is going to be a free agent this offseason. You got to consider looking at him. Adley Rutschman's going to be available in the trade market. You got to consider looking at him. Buster Posey was a catcher. He's the president of baseball operation. It's got to be in his nature to understand how important, how valuable it is for a team when you've got a plus player at that position. And the Giants don't have one right now. I think that Patrick Bailey on some teams would be considered a core player. I don't know if on great playoff teams, on teams that are in it at the end of every season with 90, 95 wins, if Patrick Bailey is a core player on those teams. And I think the Giants have to kind of wrestle with that this offseason with the limited resources they may have available because they've got so much tied up in this core, JT. I do think that catcher is one of the positions that they've got to explore, at least someone who can share time with him behind the plate.
I agree. And I think Dominic Smith has deserved a spot to play first base. He's been great.
Yeah, it's a big challenge with Smith because he's kind of the prototypical player who fits Oracle Park. He makes a ton of contact. He plays great defense, great vibes and energy in the dugout in the clubhouse. Fans seem to love him. But you've got Rafael Devers and you've got Bryce Eldridge, and all of a sudden you're pretty left-handed for a team that just wasn't great against lefties this year. And even then, JT, I agree with you. I think they ought to do what they can, bring Dominic Smith back, and if that means trading him in June or trading him in July when Eldridge is truly ready for an everyday role, then maybe that's it. But I think you have to entertain the possibility of bringing Dominic Smith back next year.
Hey, man, love talking ball with you. Thanks a lot.
Oh, always. Thank you so much, JT. Appreciate the phone call. And always, anytime we get regular callers on here, it's always fun. So appreciate JT in Oakland. Let's go out to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch in New Jersey, you're on Sports Phone. Mitch, how's it going? Late this evening for you, huh?
Yeah, pretty late. I'm just waiting for a phone call. So the game ended early. I'm happy with the offense is coming around. I'm liking Matos and Gilbert. But still, next over the winter, we still have to get a power bat and not lose into free agency. And you gotta like the way, since I'm not playing too well out of the Cubs, and it's a classic meltdown by the Mets. So it's still a chance, and I'm happy with the 2 wild cards. I disagree.
Okay.
500, it's still a chance to be above 100. It's not even gonna have a team that's 71 and 91 as a third card wild. I mean, that'd be too much. But it's competitive. It's hard to get good pitching, and it has been kind of down this year. But we need another bop. But the Diamonds have played pretty well the last couple of months.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I appreciate the phone call, Mitch. Thank you for the thoughts. And look, if the Giants are going to start thinking about how to use resources this offseason, you start to think about the core and all the money you have tied up in position players. Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, Matt Chapman. Bryce Eldridge is coming through the farm system, and not money tied up, but certainly a lot of investment with a first-round draft pick and a guy who you project to be a huge part of your future. And you start to think about the rotation. You've got Logan Webb coming back under contract on a very team-friendly deal. You've got Robbie Ray entering the final year of his deal. You project a solid season for him in 2026. But beyond that, I'm of the belief that this team needs to focus on the rotation this offseason. You can count on Landon Root being good next year. I really believe that. I don't think you can count on Landon Root for 150 to 170 innings. He hasn't shown that in any professional career. He didn't show that this year. I think he is going to be great in spurts, but staying on the field, staying healthy is just tough. Could Hayden Birdsong or Carson Whisenhunt make the leap? Maybe. But they were hoping to see that this year. They were hoping that Whisenhunt would be up earlier and that Birdsong would have been a rotation mainstay by now. Didn't happen. Al Harrison didn't get better. He was traded. So the Giants really need to dial in the rotation next season. I'm of the belief that what we've seen from this core, what we've seen from this lineup over the last 2-3 weeks is probably indicative of the potential of this group. Now, they've overplayed, exceeded expectations for 2.5 weeks now. Winning 13 of 17 is not a sustainable clip for the 2026 San Francisco Giants. You're not going to play 700 baseball all season long. And you're not going to hit a home run every night like the core did, with Willie Adames and Rafael Devers leading the way. But I do think that the offense should be better next year because Adames and Devers will have made the adjustment this season. Jung-Hoo Lee, better over the last 35, 40 games than he was really at any point, save for the month of April. So I think the offense is capable. I think the investment needs to come at the catcher position, maybe one more outfielder. I don't know how significant of investment you can make because I really think you need at least one, if not two, proven starting pitchers next year, and then you need to address the bullpen. And my thought on the bullpen is this. I'm not a huge believer in paying relievers, premium relievers, big salaries to come in and fix your bullpen. Giants did it in 2017 with Mark Melancon, 4 years, $62 million. We saw how quickly that backfired. 50% of free agents work out, and it pains you even more so if a relief pitcher doesn't work out because you've got all that money tied up in a guy who throwing 1 inning, 2 innings a game at max, and they're ineffective innings if he's not very good. So I say you hit the minor league free agent market, you look around for small trades at the back end of the 40-man roster, you use your scouting, you use your minor league development process, and you bring 22, 23, 24 arms to camp next year. You say, look, there are 8 spots in this bullpen. 1/3 of you guys will be breaking camp with us. Let's figure it out in spring training. Let's figure it out who's throwing the ball best in Cactus League play. Every year, there are minor league free agents, non-roster invitees who go on to have better seasons out of the bullpen than guys who are getting paid big sums of money. Joey Lucchesi this year, fine season out of the bullpen. Has it been perfect? Of course not. But Joe Lucchesi, minor league free agent, barely cost the Giants anything. Jose Butto, he's not a minor league free agent, but they acquired him in the Tyler Rogers deal, and he's going to cost you basically nothing next year. I think you can pencil him in for a solid season. All he's done at the major league level is be solid. Yoel Peguero was a minor league free agent. Guy had been in the minors for 10 years. before he shows up in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago and just starts pumping 100. I mean, you can find relievers. You can patch a good bullpen together with great scouting and great knowledge of minor league free agents. So I invest in the rotation. I invest in at least another catcher to pair with Patrick Bailey. If not, take more playing time from him. And then maybe an outfielder. And then you go from there. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Kerry Crowley on the horn this evening talking Giants baseball and 49ers football with you. We will do some of that on the other side as well. We'll also keep you updated on scores around Major League Baseball as these playoff races are coming into focus. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
He was in this sort of run of sorts, and these games are starting to matter more and more. How are you handling that mentally?
Fine, mentally fine. I mean, every time I go out, I always joked with my pitching coach in AAA. I was just every time I want to throw a perfect game. So that's the goal. And every time the Cash play, it's Game 7 of the World Series. So just kind of focusing on that in practice and then taking that to the game and hopefully, we'll find a way to win.
Let's be clear. It was not a good start for Carson Seymour today. The young Giants right-hander couldn't get out of the second inning, gave up 4 early runs, and the Giants lost 5-3 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. But after the game, you just heard Seymour there talking with Giants beat reporters, and I appreciate the candidness and his mentality. He wants to throw a perfect game every single time he goes out there. He treats it like Game 7 of the World Series. Quite frankly, I feel like players should. So many people would love to have that opportunity to be out on the diamond. So many guys who spend their entire careers in the minor leagues grinding away, hoping for one chance to pitch in the big leagues. And, didn't go Carson Seymour's way today against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Got off to a terrible start, giving up a leadoff home run to Geraldo Perdomo. But I do think that mentality will serve him well in the future. Now, what is his role with the Giants in the future? Maybe it's a long relief man. Maybe it's fifth starter competition next year. Who's to say? Right now, they need him to win ball games because this rotation has fallen apart. And his next time out could be Monday or Tuesday against Arizona in Arizona. So he's got to rebound quickly, study the tape, look at what he did wrong, look at the meatballs that he grooved, and come back ready to face the Diamondbacks next week at Chase Field because the Giants still could be playing for something. They've got to handle the Dodgers this weekend, and that is far easier said than done. But if they do so, the Mets are opening the door to creating an opportunity in this wild card race for the San Francisco Giants. The Mets, 76-70, playing horrific baseball. Losing the Phillies today, 11-3, second consecutive blowout loss to Philadelphia. Christopher Sanchez outduels Clay Holmes in that one, 13-5, 2.57 ERA for Sanchez, who, if I was voting for Cy Young this year, he'd finish second to Paul Skeens. He has been that good. Should have been an all-star. It's a shame that he wasn't. Clay Holmes, 11-8, with a 3.75 ERA for the New York Mets, who are trying to figure things out from a pitching perspective. A few other updates to give you this evening. Middle of the 8th inning at Petco Park in San Diego, where the Reds have gone ahead 2-1, which means that if the Cincinnati Reds win, they too will be tied with the San Francisco Giants. 2 games out behind the New York Mets in this wildcard race. So it's not just the Mets that the Giants are trying to catch. It's the Reds that they're trying to fend off right now. Fernando Tatis Jr. homeward for San Diego in that one, but right now the Reds, 2 runs on 7 hits. The Padres have 6 outs left to play with, and Tatis had to play it against Andrew Abbott, who is spinning a gem. 7 innings, 5 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 earned run. Top of the 4th inning right now in Seattle, where the Mariners at 77-68, very much alive in the AL wildcard race, are tied with the St. Louis Cardinals 1-1. Cardinals are a team the Giants are going to have to handle. Final week of the season at home. If the Giants want to stay in this thing, I think it'll take 5-1 or 6-0 at home. And they've got the Cardinals for 3, a team that, look, they lost 2 of 3 to a Busch Stadium, but they very easily could have won each of those 3 ball games. And then they've got the Colorado Rockies to close out the season. And if the Giants are within striking distance, it must be 3 wins against the Rockies, who right now are down 4-0 to the Dodgers. Honorary Giant, I say that in jest, Kyle Freeland on the hill for Colorado. 1 2/3 innings, he's given up 5 hits thus far to the Dodgers. Rockies must have made a miscue behind him because he's only got 1 earned run allowed. Rockies are sitting at 40-105 on the season. My goodness. We do have several finals to tell you about this evening. Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers very much alive in that AL wildcard race. They win at 6-3 over the Milwaukee Brewers. Merrill Kelly gets win number 12. He'll be a free agent this offseason. Might look good in a Giants uniform. 12-7, 3.21 ERA. Fastball Freddie Peralta takes the loss for Milwaukee. 16-6 with a 2.69 earned run average. And Phil Maton, save number 4 out of the bullpen for Bochy's Rangers. The Sacramento A's win 5-4 over the Boston Red Sox today. Harris the win. Aroldis Chapman takes the rare loss. Chapman has been dominant over the course of the second half of the season. He went something like 41 batters without giving up a hit, but he takes the loss today. 4-3. The ERA comes up to 1.14 for Aroldis Chapman. Angels won 4-3 over the Minnesota Twins in a battle of teams jockeying for draft position. Stevenson the win, Sands the loss. Kenley Jansen save number 27 for Los Angeles. Baltimore Orioles defeated Pittsburgh Pirates in walk-off fashion 2-1 in 10 innings. Albert Suarez, win number 2. Nicholas, loss number 1 out of that Pittsburgh bullpen. Mike Yastrzemski's Kansas City Royals won 4-3 over the Cleveland Guardians. Royals and the Guardians both trying to cling to hope in that AL wildcard race, but I'm afraid that those teams ahead of them just have way too much momentum at this point, be it the Mariners, be it the Houston Astros, be it several teams in that AL West race. Texas Rangers are the team that I was searching for. Estevez, save number 39 of the season for the Kansas City Royals. Impressive mark for him. Miami Marlins won 8-3 over the Washington Nationals this evening. We already gave you the Phillies 11-3 win over the New York Mets. Detroit Tigers won 11-1 over the New York Yankees. Jack Flaherty beating former Giant Carlos Rodon, who falls to 16-8 with a 3.11 earned run average in that one. Astros win at 3-2 over the Toronto Blue Jays. Astros 79-67, staying out in front of that AL West race, which is hotly contested right now with the Mariners and the Rangers on their heels. The Blue Jays still in front in the AL East despite scuffling of late. Chicago Cubs won 3-2 over the Atlanta Braves. The Chicago White Sox 6-5 winners over the Tampa Bay Rays. So when we come back, we're talking 49ers football. We're going to look at what this team must do with Brock Purdy, a long shot to play on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints, opportunities for other players, including Mac Jones, what that means for the San Francisco 49ers on the other side. I'm Kerry Crowley. I'm rolling with you. If you believe in Mac Jones, give me a call, dial me up, and tell me why right here on The Sports Leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
1:44 to go. Fourth quarter. Shotgun. Purdy looking, bump from behind. Now he rolls out. Still has time. Still looking. Now he rolls to his right. He's pursued, and he throws it. Caught! Tonjes got it! And the 49ers take the lead. Tonjes plucked that out of danger's way for his first career touchdown.
Boy, did he ever. And Brock Purdy, I could see if that was Kittle, you just throw it up. You got great confidence that Kittle's going to go make the play. But this is going to end up being a 6-second play or longer. Everybody's scrambling. He puts it up. Jake Tonjes just out-jumps Tariq Woolen, the corner, and just steals it from him. Just jumped right in front of him, got higher, high-pointed it, and came down with the catch. Wow.
That wasn't the catch, but it was a heck of a catch from Jake Tonjes.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
So there you have it. The entire call, the rollout, the catch. Tremendous broadcasting from Tim Ryan on color commentary and Guy Haberman filling in for our beloved Greg Papa on play-by-play. Guy did an outstanding job on Sunday afternoon up in the Pacific Northwest in Seattle, traveling, by the way, from Happy Valley, calling the Penn State game on Saturday and then making it all the way out to Lumen Field. Yeoman's work for Guy, who did an outstanding job. But also, you heard Kyle Shanahan answer the question of Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Latest on Brock Purdy. He's a long shot to play on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. Pretty remarkable to think about everything that went down up in Seattle, particularly in the context of understanding Brock Purdy was injured from about the second quarter on. Multiple injuries that threatened to keep him out Sunday in New Orleans. You know, you look at that first drive that the 49ers had, a beautiful drive where Purdy goes 7 of 7, 68 yards. Timing was everything. Timing was perfect. He was hitting Kittle. He was hitting Pearsall. The offensive line broke down a little bit, but Purdy was unfazed, stood in the pocket, delivered great throws, and really kept the 49ers offense moving down the field, moving the chains with efficiency. And from that point forward, the 49ers never quite looked the same against a Mike Macdonald defense that certainly settled in and has the potential, in my opinion, to really be one of the NFL's best units this year. There is a lot of talent on that group, and Macdonald can scheme them up with the best in the NFL. It's one of the reasons that he was plucked away from the Baltimore Ravens. And you all remember the Christmas game in, I believe, 2023 when Brock Purdy was going up against Lamar Jackson. There was MVP conversations at the time. Could Purdy usurp Jackson in that race with a great performance? And ultimately, Purdy throws 4 picks because Macdonald just had his number that night. He just called an outstanding game, really one of the better defensive play-calling efforts I've seen against a Kyle Shanahan-led 49ers offense, especially with 49ers kind of at the peak of their powers at that point, having all of their weapons available to them. And 49ers are, in my opinion, fortunate to get out of Seattle with the win. And not fortunate because they didn't deserve to, but fortunate because going on the road in the division is very difficult. And Purdy now 4-0 in his career at Lumen Field. And it's unfortunate for the 49ers that they won't have the ability to in all likelihood, build upon the momentum with Purdy under center on Sunday, because I do that final drive, the scoring drive that included Jake Tonjes making a few key grabs, of course, the touchdown grab, the most important, but also moving the chains on 2nd and 8 situation where he picks up 9 yards, runs a nice route over the middle of the field, not afraid to get hit, stayed low, gave Purdy a window to deliver that ball, and he did. I think that with Purdy out, it's going to put the 49ers behind the 8 ball. And look, the New Orleans Saints are not a great team. In fact, in all likelihood, will be picking in the top 5 next year's NFL draft. In all likelihood, will be searching for a quarterback in the future. But nevertheless, they have a decent defense. And Brandon Staley, their coordinator, eager to beat Kyle Shanahan, was on his staff last year, coaching alongside Nick Sorensen. He watched the way that Shanahan practices. He understands what Shanahan values on the offensive side of the ball. And now it's his big opportunity to go and show that he can be a great defensive coordinator in this league, that he isn't an afterthought anymore, as so many fans think of him after a failed tenure with the Los Angeles Chargers. So I think the 49ers are going to end up playing a close game on Sunday in New Orleans. And I think that they need a huge performance out of the backfield, regardless of what Mac Jones looks like in a 49ers uniform for the first time. If it's any different than the versions of Jones that we saw with the New England Patriots and last year with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't think the 49ers are going to the Superdome and beating the New Orleans Saints if they don't get Chris McCaffrey or Brian Robinson rolling. I really don't think you can win this game purely through the air, which if Brock Purdy was healthy, Brock Purdy was ready to go on Sunday, I do think if the Saints stack the box, Purdy could beat them. 49ers have the weapons. You've got Jawan Jennings in all likelihood ready to play on Sunday. He's, dealing with the shoulder issue, but I just have a sense that he'll be ready to go. You've got Christian McCaffrey coming off of a great week in which he carried the ball 22 times and caught 9 passes. So ball in his hands, 31 plays. 49ers relied on him heavily, but I do think that if Purdy's out, they're going to continue to rely on him heavily. But you got to mix Brian Robinson in there, and McCaffrey was in for fewer than 80% of the snaps on Sunday. I saw that as an encouraging sign. I think that you get Robinson in there, you get him going, comfortable situations, your offensive line's pushing forward a little bit more against New Orleans than it was against Seattle. Feel good about the 49ers. 2022, they played against a New Orleans team that had a better defense, I think, at that time than they've got right now. But it was a slog offensively. It was one of those games that just neither team had much momentum. The 49ers defense absolutely shut down the Saints. D'Amico Ryans drew up just a great scheme against a New Orleans team that really didn't have much of an offense that year and had a couple key players hurt, if I remember correctly. But nevertheless, 49ers won that game 13-0, and it really wouldn't shock me if we saw a similar outcome this weekend at the Superdome. If it was a low-scoring game that relied on the 49ers to essentially play a ball control style of attack, run out the clock on New Orleans, and make sure that Spencer Rattler is the guy beating you. And I do think that having Robert Saleh back in the fold was huge for the 49ers. To me, I laughed a little bit when in the offseason there was all this talk about the 49ers' biggest acquisition being that of a defensive coordinator. I've never been one to believe that coaches have such amazing influence that they can have more of an impact in the outcome than, say, key players coming in. But when you look at the guys who the 49ers have on the defensive side of the ball, so many of the new guys are rookies. Michael Williams on that defensive line, Upton Stout at the nickel, Marquise Siegel starting in the safety position, 5th-round draft pick, by the way, starting at the safety position, shades of Talanoa Hufanga doing that as a rookie. And by the way, Hufanga had an outstanding rookie season. I think Siegel's got better speed. I think Siegel might be the better player. Hufanga had a good week with the Denver Broncos last week, and right now Hufanga's better. But I think long-term, Siegel might have a higher ceiling in the NFL. I really do. And we saw it week 1. He was flying around, picked up the recovered fumble, forced by Sam Okenyanu. And I think he's just going to have the nose for the football because of that speed and his ability to dissect plays, the back end. Very impressed. And so I don't say that Saleh was the most important addition to the 49ers defense or in the building because I think, look, if Michael Williams is who you think he's going to be, somebody you're ultimately going to end up paying, if he's great, $100+ million to in the future, then no. Saleh's probably not the most important guy that they brought in. But he had an outsized impact on Sunday on the outcome against the Seattle Seahawks, a team that was eager to break in Sam Darnold against a unit in the 49ers that was suspect last year, 29th against the run and, not all that great against the pass. Breaking in 2 new safeties, Jason Pinnock and Marquise Siegel, and save for that big gain on the final possession that got the Seahawks within the 49ers red zone. I just think Saleh called an outstanding game. The secondary was dialed in, and the 49ers defense looked better than I anticipated in week 1. Can they keep it rolling in week 2? Spencer Rattler, not the most effective quarterback of all time, but he can scramble, and that has given the 49ers trouble. So edge contain is going to be important. We'll touch on all the different things that are going to be important for this 49ers defense. Later on here in the 8 o'clock hour, we've got a lot to get to. We're going to talk Giants baseball. We're going to continue taking your phone calls. 415-808-KNBR is the number. If you got thoughts on the San Francisco 49ers, what this team needs to do to beat the New Orleans Saints on Sunday, I've got a few keys to the game that I will unveil on the other side, but would love to hear from you as well. You were listening to KNBR 104.5-680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
51 seconds, 50 seconds, and it keeps going. Now to 45 seconds, and it's 2nd down and 5 at the 49ers 9. Again, shotgun. Again, Darnold looks. Darnold, the ball came out, and Bosa falls on it. Was that a pass or is it a fumble? Might have been an empty hand, and the ruling is 49ers football.
Bosa time. What did we say? Bosa time. Holy smokes. What a play by Nick Bosa.
Exactly why Nick Bosa gets paid the big bucks. Plays like that, crunch time, pressure situations, your superstars must lead the way. For the 49ers on offense, Brock Purdy led the game-winning touchdown drive. That is what he's paid to do. On defense, as the 49ers retreated into their own territory, the Seahawks pushed the ball down the field. Nick Bosa stepped up and made the game-winning play, forcing an offensive tackle back into Sam Darnold, scooping up the football, falling on it, ultimately leading the 49ers to a 17-13 win. Superstar players make superstar plays, and the 49ers got them on offense and defense. The key moving forward for this 49ers team is getting consistent special teams play. As you head into week 2 and you look ahead to the rest of the regular season, this is a 49ers team that, in my opinion, will play a lot more close games this year than maybe it ever has when the team's been good during the Kyle Shanahan era. 2023, 49ers were blowing teams out with regularity. 2024, 49ers were, quite honestly, losing a lot of close games. There were mistakes on defense at the end of games, mistakes on offense, too many Brock Purdy interceptions, but most glaringly, mistakes on special teams. The 49ers special teams units under Kyle Shanahan have consistently been bad, and in recent years gotten worse. And the drafting of Jake Moody was supposed to change that in 2023. 49ers went high in the draft, a third-round pick on the player they deemed to be the best college kicker available. And for much of last season, Moody looked solid. Then he had an ankle injury, and he came back. He was the worst kicker in the NFL. So a lot of folks calling for his job this offseason. Kyle Shanahan, understandably, wasn't ready to give up on a third-round draft pick. But when he lost the locker room, which I think Moody did by missing a 27-yard field goal on Sunday, I don't think Kyle could bring him back. I think even if the head coach and the general manager, John Lynch, really wanted Jake Moody back this week, the post-game comments that they heard from their star players, including Nick Bosa, who told Eric Branch of the San Francisco Chronicle, it's a position kicker that's pretty cut and dry. You're either making him or you're missing him. I just don't think the 49ers can afford to roll with Moody any longer. And so they've gone out and they've signed Eddie Pinheiro, former Carolina Panthers kicker, and a guy who, coming into this season, has 111 makes on 126 field goal attempts. Good for an 88.1% clip. Good for 4th all-time on the NFL scoring list. Now, how is he available? I have no idea. I haven't gotten to those stories yet, and I'll probably get to him by the time we do this show tomorrow night. By the way, 415-808 KNBR is the number. If you want to chime in on the 49ers special teams units, please do be my guest right now. But they go out and they get Eddie Pinheiro, who, in my opinion, the best kicker on the market. The Atlanta Falcons were looking for someone. Younghoe Koo's job in jeopardy. Probably won't be kicking for them much longer. And Jake Moody, obviously out in San Francisco. And when the 49ers came calling, they were the best team available. Pinheiro told reporters in the locker room down in Santa Clara today he wanted to play for a winner, and he's got the opportunity to do so. Sure, Brock Purdy's going to be out potentially on Sunday and potentially longer. As Kyle Shanahan said, it wouldn't be shocking if this was a multi-week absence for him due to the toe injury. But this is still a 49ers team that has plenty of talent. You go position group by position group, the 49ers have managed to amass a star with each unit. Purdy at the quarterback position, they paid him to be a star. And on Sunday he was. Despite the 2 picks, I still think he played a very efficient game. Christian McCaffrey at the running back position, obviously one of the league's premier tailbacks. Wide receiver, well, you're paying Brandon Ayuk to be that guy. He won't be back until week 6 at the earliest, but nevertheless, you anticipate that he can provide star-level production. Tight end, obviously George Kittle, top-paid guy at his position. Offensive line, Trent Williams. Defensive line, Nick Bosa. Linebacker, Fred Warner. Corner, Diamondbacks Lenore. So you've got a guy with each position group who anchors that group, who gives that group part of its identity, and who in the game's biggest moments must come up with the biggest plays. 49ers got that on offense and defense from Purdy and Bosa. Where they did not get big plays was special teams. They moved forward after the offseason with an inconsistent kicker who had to redo his pre-step routine, 3 steps to 2 steps under new special teams coordinator Brant Boyer, and who in the preseason was inconsistent as well. Sure, he had the big game against the Las Vegas Raiders, nailed the game-winning 59-yarder, but he also narrowly made a kick from inside 35 yards that really didn't inspire much confidence. He also missed an easy one. So I think that is the point when 49ers players started to look around and say, you know what? We have to build up this guy's confidence as much as we possibly can. And come Sunday, when he missed 2 kicks, including one that wasn't necessarily his fault, offensive line got blown back into Moody on a 36-yarder. He just didn't have the support of the guys in the locker room. All those stars I just mentioned, those players factor into the way that Kyle and John think about the 49ers roster. And how could they not? They are the guys who will be here. They're the ones with the most at stake. And the 49ers certainly hope that certain players from this draft class join that group. They want Mykel Williams to be a part of their core. They want Marquise Siegel to be their latest 5th-round steal, following the footsteps of Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, George Kittle. But until that happens, you've got to listen to the loudest voices, the guys who've been around the longest, the guys with the most at stake. It's my belief that if Kyle and John went around and surveyed that group, no one cared if 49ers moved on from Jake Moody. Nice guy. I wish him success. I hope that he finds a new home, and I think that he will. He's a very talented guy who seems to be healthy this year. But a change of scenery would benefit the 49ers, and really, I think they ended up with a better kicker here. Eddie Pinheiro, through his NFL career, not great from extraordinary distance. His career long is 56, but 49ers got by for quite a while during the Shanahan era with a guy who wasn't exactly great from extraordinary distance, Robbie Gould, who proved that pretty much anything inside of 50 was money, including in the playoffs, which is when these things matter most. So Pinheiro last season with the Carolina Panthers, 22 of 26, hit a 53-yarder. The average came down a little bit to 84.6, but this is someone who made 33 of 35 extra points and someone who was extremely reliable. 49ers also have to improve their kickoffs. That's got to be a point of emphasis. So they kicked the ball into the end zone on Sunday against the Seahawks and brings the ball out to the 35-yard line, which is a costly type of play. They've got to improve their punt return. Sky Moore did have a few nice returns, but he also muffed a punt. They've got to improve their kick coverage. This is a 49ers special teams unit that has held the team back in recent years. And Shanahan went out this offseason, replaced his punter. Mitch Wisnowski's out. Thomas Morstead's in. Replaced his long snapper. Tabor Pepper's out. John Weeks is in. Brought in several special teams aces. Siren Neal, part of that group. And the expectation is that this group can at least be a net average, net neutral. Can stop holding the team back. Because when you play as many close games as the 49ers should this season, you can't leave things up to chance. You can't leave things up to a field goal kicker who's spotty, who's 50-50. And for his last 7-8 NFL games, it's exactly what Jake Moody's been. So, Eddie Pinheiro has arrived. Mac Jones could be the quarterback. 49ers will be without George Kittle. And yet, I still feel confident this team can take care of business against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday in the Superdome. Do you? We'll talk more about Mac Jones and how he changed the 49ers offense, the tail end of this show. What I want to do on the other side, talk a little bit of Giants baseball. Look ahead to this series against the Dodgers and really look ahead a little bit to next season. Can this core get the job done? Can this core be more competitive? Got one more final to tell you about. Cincinnati Reds came back late. Nick Pivetta, 7 shutout innings for the San Diego Padres. And the Reds score in the 8th with a pair. They win 2-1. Fernando Tatis Jr.'s home run, not enough for Cincinnati. So Adrian Morejon takes the loss. The Reds win, which means they are tied with the San Francisco Giants, 74-72. 2 games back of the New York Mets, 76-70, but plummeting fast in this wild card race that's all of a sudden very interesting. We'll talk more about that on the other side. I am Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR. Kyle Harr behind the glass this evening with production magic. You're listening to The Sports Leader.
We want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on The Sports Leader. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in and dialed in, texted in this evening, participated in tonight's show. But a fun one, an interesting one, and albeit the news today not all that great. For the San Francisco Giants, they fall 5-3 to the Arizona Diamondbacks, a team that's trying to win every last possible game to stay in this National League wildcard race that just a few weeks ago they were completely out of, losing to a divisional foe and waiting until the final moments of that game to come to life offensively. Not great. And furthermore, the bigger news of the day, the revelation that the 49ers could be without Brock Purdy, not just this week, but potentially multiple weeks, as Kyle Shanahan brought that to everyone's attention with the press conference this afternoon. We'd learned on Monday that Purdy came out of Seattle dealing with the toe injury and dealing with the shoulder injury to his non-throwing shoulder, and Kyle said that the toe injury was a bit more serious, and we hear today that it could be Mac Jones on Sunday in New Orleans. Obviously, a team the 49ers should beat regardless of who plays the quarterback position, but you never want to be without your starting quarterback. You don't want him to be beat up this early in the season. If you're the 49ers, you have to make sure that you can get Brock Purdy back to full health. So that is their top priority, and that is, of course, the main storyline around San Francisco. Anytime anything remotely interesting happens to Purdy, and two significant injuries, of course, qualify, he is the headliner. And so we will discuss Purdy in our final segment. We'll discuss Mac Jones in our final segment this evening as well. But I did want to shift gears and talk a little bit about the San Francisco Giants for a moment. Just kind of big picture, not necessarily details off of today's game, which we've already discussed in the 7 o'clock hour this evening, but some big picture thoughts after what this team has done over the last 2-3 weeks now. Even with today's loss, and even with Carson Seymour failing to make it through 2 innings against the Arizona Diamondbacks in what I would consider a must-win game, but pretty much every game down the stretch for this ball club's must-win if they want to keep their faint playoff hopes alive, I still am bullish on their 2026 outlook. And I know that for much of the season, I've been sitting here on Sports Phone and on the weekends with Giants warm-up, one of the folks saying things need to change with this organization. Things need to be greater sense of urgency in terms of drafting and player development, in terms of making the fundamentals look good on the field, in terms of making the right decisions on the base pass and getting to balls in the outfield that good outfielders would get to and bad outfielders have not gotten to for the San Francisco Giants this season. I've been one of the ringleaders in saying that the standard must be higher in San Francisco, and the expectations, not just among fans, but internally inside the walls of 24 Willie Mays Plaza, must be higher. And when those expectations aren't met, change has got to be at the forefront of that. Now, with all that said, over the last 3 weeks, the Giants have won 13 of their last 17 ball games, including today's loss against the Arizona Diamondbacks, team that they desperately wanted to beat and a team that they will have the opportunity to take down in Arizona at Chase Field, a place where I think the Giants have played well over the last few seasons. They will have the chance to beat Arizona 3 times next week, and they will have some interesting pitching lined up for that series. But really the crux of what I want to get into here is that what we've seen since the trade deadline has convinced me that the Giants can win in 2026. It will take the right additions. It will take the right movement on the margins, and it will take concerted effort from Buster Posey, president of baseball operations, and Zach Manassi, and the general manager, to make sure that they get this right. Because there are going to be temptations this offseason. There are going to be challenges in terms of constructing this roster, different players that they could bring in, that they may need to sign to long-term deals, the different positions where you may not want to sign a player to a long-term deal. I'm sure there's going to be great left-handed hitters out there, especially Kyle Tucker, who'll be at the top of the market this offseason. But I don't know that left-handed position players are this organization's top need right now. So I think they're going to have to be very diligent, strategic, and go about this offseason with an agenda in terms of the additions that they make. But with all that being said, I do think the core has shown us over the last 2, 3, 4 weeks that it can be good enough to win you games. And I think, the outside world, those of us who aren't in the clubhouse on a daily basis, those of us who don't, live and breathe baseball 24/7, 365, we tend to underrate the challenge that is moving markets and signing somewhere else and being traded and uprooting your life and moving to a new place and going somewhere with the weight of significant expectations. And that's something that 2 key players, part of this Giants core for a long, long time, and Willie Adames and Rafael Devers have dealt with this season. We saw in the month of April how much pressure Adames was putting on himself to produce the plate. And we saw it every day by the swings that he was taking. I likened it throughout the month of April to when Aaron Rowand signed with the San Francisco Giants with a 5-year, $60 million contract to patrol center field. After all those good years with the Phillies, he comes to San Francisco, and he was a flop offensively. You threw Rowan a slider in the outside corner in the left-handed hitter's batting box, and Aaron Rowan was going to swing through it. You count that, you could expect it, and his at-bats were almost scripted to the point where we knew what was going to happen. For the first month of this season, it kind of felt that way with Willie Adames. You throw the fastball above the strike zone, he's going to swing through it. You throw the slider off the outside corner, he's going to swing out of his shoes. He looked incredibly uncomfortable at the plate. And it could have been a season that spiraled out of control for Adames. Shortstop comes in, signs a 7-year, $182 million contract, and the weight of the expectations gets him down. But Adames was kind of made for Major League Baseball in terms of the mentality that he brings to the ballpark on a daily basis. And it's not just the mentality that you see in the dugout. It's not just the mentality that you see when another player on the Giants hits a home run, he's the first guy to the dugout celebrating with them. It's not the mentality that you see when he's dumping Gatorade on his teammates. It's the mentality that you see, quite honestly, when he's on defense, when he's making a mound visit to the pitcher with the rest of his infield, when he sees a guy come in following a strikeout and he's the one giving him a pep talk. Willy Adames is high energy and positive every single day. And so if there was ever a player who was going to bust through the early April and the May slump, Willy Adames was the candidate. He was the guy who you would bet on. Any of us watching TV, any of us watching these games in person at the ballpark understands that players in Major League Baseball struggle, that it is a huge part of the game. Even the best hitters fail 78 times out of 100, 82 times out of 100. I mean, they fail so often in this sport. And Willy Adames in April and May was failing more than anyone. But since he sat down, since he had back-to-back off days early in the season, the Giants benched him for a day, had an off day the next day. He's essentially been the best hitting shortstop in baseball. I mean, this guy has been everything this team could have asked of him, even in some of the darker days of this season. Willy Adames was the one guy who was producing. And he's on the brink of a 30 home run season with 23 of his home runs coming really since June 1st. What he's been able to accomplish this year has given a lot of people hope that Adames can be the player at the shortstop position the Giants desperately needed after Brandon Crawford moved on to St. Louis when the team decided to cut ties with him, when Farhan Zaidi didn't ultimately retain him to be a backup. And, well, if he'd been a backup, he would have been the starter last year. That's how bad things got during spring training for Marco Luciano and forcing Nick Ahmed into the lineup for the Giants. But beyond Adames completing this turnaround, we've seen it with someone else, and we've seen it with Rafael Devers. And he comes over to San Francisco, and you talk about the weight of expectation. Devers had it rough in spring training with the Red Sox. The Boston media cover storylines different than media on the West Coast. I don't necessarily think one approach is right, one approach is wrong. I just think it's two distinctive approaches. And when Devers decided he wasn't going to play first base for the Red Sox, and when he made it public that he didn't love the role of a DH, he wanted to be the third baseman. He was promised the role of a third baseman when he signed that long-term extension with Boston. I think a lot of people took it the wrong way. And I think Devers, to an extent, took the Red Sox comments the wrong way. So nevertheless, he gets traded to San Francisco in the middle of June. The Red Sox decide the situation's untenable. They don't need him. And ultimately, Boston's probably going to be a playoff team this year. Devers comes over and he struggles. He looks out of sorts at the plate. He looks injured. Going into the All-Star break, I was thinking, gosh, the break can't come soon enough for Rafael Devers because he's limping up the first base line. Everyone's asking when he's going to get out there on defense. He doesn't even look capable getting out of the left-handed batter's box healthy. How's he going to get that out there on defense? And all of a sudden, he goes and starts playing some first base. Wilmer Flores sits a little bit more often. Dominic Smith DHs a little bit more often. Even if Smith's the better defensive first baseman, the San Francisco Giants understand that they've got to prioritize their long-term future. And after the Giants trade away guys at the deadline, Devers takes off. He has been the player that they anticipated that he would be when they acquired him from the Boston Red Sox. And, it wouldn't have shocked me if it took until spring training next year for Rafael Devers to feel really comfortable in San Francisco. For Devers to say, look, I'm learning a new position, I'm learning a new city, I'm learning a new clubhouse, but that hasn't been the case at all. And you look at the absolute bomb that he had out to right center field today that ultimately went for a 2-run double. You look at the numbers since August 1st, 12 homers, 5 doubles, 38 hits, an average up around 280, an OPS well above 940 at this point. Rafael Devers has been everything the Giants thought that he would be. And all it was a month and a half of struggles. And yes, that month and a half came at the worst possible time for the San Francisco Giants. It was when the pitching staff was falling apart. The rest of the lineup was struggling. They acquired Rafael Devers thinking that he would be the player who would help step on the gas pedal and put this team in the playoffs. But Instead, the Giants completely take their foot off the gas pedal and fall out of the playoff race and end up trading guys away at the deadline. But Devers didn't let that define his season. He didn't let that define his early tenure in San Francisco. Like Willie Adames, he showed up at the ballpark every day and just tried to keep hitting. He showed up at the ballpark and let the game come to him. And ultimately, at the end of this season, the back of the baseball card for Rafael Devers is going to look pretty darn similar to the back of the baseball card that we've seen so often in a career that's been pretty remarkable to this point. And so with Devers and Adames leading the way, with Matt Chapman providing the value that he does on a daily basis, when he's healthy, the Giants win ball games. They are 10 games over 500 this season when Matt Chapman starts for this team. That is a meaningful statistic, considering what he gives this team offensively and defensively over at third base, the stability that he offers this club. Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, hitting well over 300 in the months of August and September. I think that these four players, and you can extend that out to Elliot Ramos, you can include Logan Webb, obviously, from the pitching staff, and Robbie Ray, who will be here next year. I think that this core can win next year. And I've been down on this core. I've been down on this team. I've been down on the Giants' playoff chances for so much of the summer. For many of the days in the wake of the Rafael Devers trade and in the wake of incredibly disappointing homestands, losses to the Marlins, the Pirates, the Mets, that ultimately forced the Giants to go in a completely different direction than everyone thought they would at the trade deadline. I was one of the loudest voices criticizing this team for missing an opportunity. And if they miss the playoffs, I still will believe that 2025 was a missed opportunity. That if they just won a couple more games against inferior competition, instead of being swept out of their home park by two of the worst teams in the National League and losing 2 or 3 on the road to the Chicago White Sox, being swept by the Minnesota Twins, there are so many series that you can go on and say if you just won one game in each of those series, you'd be a playoff club. I still think missing the playoffs would be a huge missed opportunity. But with all of that being said, I still believe in their 26 chances. I think Buster coming to San Francisco and saying, I am going to be the president of baseball operations if you allow me. Greg Johnson saying yes, and them setting this plan, this course of action to move forward, I think it's in the best interest of the organization. And I was skeptical just a few weeks ago. But with what we've seen since August 1st, what we've seen from the Giants' most important core players heading into next season, in Adames and Devers, and then Lee and Chapman, and Ramos and Webb and Ray, and a bullpen that's got a few guys who could be here next year, No one knew the name Yoel Peguero just 2 weeks ago, but Yoel Peguero is a part of this thing. I think the Giants have a shot. I'm not saying they're going to challenge the Dodgers. I'm not saying they're going to win 95 to 100 games next year, but with the right additions on the margins, with the right maneuvers, I think that this core can win. And I haven't felt that convicted about a Giants core since at least 2021, when it was still Posey and Crawford and Belt, but probably since you started maybe the 2017 season, which obviously went off the rails immediately, but still had core players in their primes. So obviously there's no guarantee of success because core players in their primes, Posey and Belt and Crawford, the time Madison Bumgarner, a wild variety of things can happen. You can lose a ton of games. You can find yourself out of the playoff race. And you can find yourself playing for a number 2 overall draft pick. But a lot of times when the core's aligned, when players are in their primes, many of these guys still are and still will be next season, good things will happen. And so while this season may not be working out, and it still could work out, I don't want to squash the hopes too soon, but while this season may not have worked out exactly according to plan, the streakiness getting in the way of some special things, I do think that there are better days ahead for the Giants, and we've seen more progress this year than we saw in each of the previous 3 seasons combined, and that, to me, is meaningful. That, to me, is a reason to continue watching this team for the next several weeks. I am Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR. When we come back, talking San Francisco 49ers and the matchup on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. What will this team look like with Mac Jones under center? How different is he from Brock Purdy, and what differences could we see from Kyle Shanahan's offense on Sunday? You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on The Sports Leader. Always a privilege to talk with all of you 49ers, Giants, Warriors fans on Sports Phone. Always fun to break down the latest and greatest in the Bay Area sports scene. And I didn't have the opportunity to sit in here Monday night and Tuesday evening talking about the 49ers' Week 1 win over the Seattle Seahawks, a huge victory up in the Pacific Northwest. And I think we all understand the magnitude, at least those of us who've followed this team and analyzed this team for a very long time, understand the magnitude of winning up in Seattle, especially early in the season. A huge confidence boost for this 49ers team. Brock Purdy improves to 4-0 in his young career at Lumen Field, a place that, quite honestly, has been a house of horrors for the San Francisco 49ers for so long. I wasn't here Monday night going through the X's and O's and talking about Christian McCaffrey and what he was able to give the 49ers in the passing game. 9 receptions for more than 70 yards. Just the safety valve that Brock Purdy very clearly needed. George Kittle in the first half looked so good on the opening drive, which is part of the reason his placement on injured reserve is such a shame, because it was clear that he and Purdy just have amazing chemistry together, and they were ready to build off of what they built in 2024 when Kittle was the 49ers' leading receiver. Brandon Ayuk goes down midway through the year, and Kittle emerges as the guy in the 49ers offense. And he's been the guy before, and he'll be the guy again in the future. I have little doubt that when he returns from this hamstring issue, he will be the favorite target of Brock Purdy. But man, did those two look good on the opening drive, and it's just such a shame that the 49ers are dealing with such significant injuries. But I think it's worth noting that this win over the Seattle Seahawks in week 1 becomes even more important when you understand the significant losses the 49ers took this week. And obviously Kittle's one of them. He will be out for at minimum 4 weeks because of that placement on injured reserve. I would anticipate a potential week 6 activation when the 49ers go to Tampa Bay. They've got the long break playing on Thursday night of week 5 in Los Angeles against the Rams, another key divisional opponent. And then they'll go 10 days without a football game before traveling to Tampa for that week 6 matchup against the Bucs and Baker Mayfield. So with that, they also, in all likelihood, lose Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan saying today that it would be a long shot for Purdy to play in New Orleans against the Saints. And we opened tonight's show asking, how much do you trust Mac Jones? Do you think he's a significant improvement over Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs, who were the 49ers backups a season ago? And obviously this is not an ideal situation. This is not where any team wants to be in week 2. But I do think that of all the opponents that you can play against, the Saints are, a top 2, top 3 team that the 49ers would wish for these circumstances to happen against. And, you always want to be full strength. You always want your starting quarterback, particularly after you give him a 5-year, $265 million extension, to be ready to go for all 17 games. But the 49ers offense didn't protect Brock Purdy all that well, and they didn't open rushing lanes for Christian McCaffrey. So it's going to be incumbent on the offensive line to pick up the slack this week. There has to be a much better, much more consistent performance against the New Orleans Saints, a team that, Brandon Staley's going to be motivated. Their defensive coordinator this week, former 49ers assistant. 49ers fans didn't exactly welcome Brandon Staley to town when he was an assistant to Nick Sorensen last year. And I think that he's going to have it out for Kyle Shanahan. He understands, what this offense is capable of, what this offense looks like when it's compromised and doesn't have Brock Purdy and does need to turn to backups. And I think that you will see a New Orleans Saints group that is prepared and ready to go. So the last time these two teams matched up was 2022. 49ers beat the Saints that year 13-0, and Juwan Jennings ultimately scored the touchdown in that game. It was Jimmy Garoppolo who found him. The 49ers added 2 Robbie Gould field goals in that one, but it would not shock me if we saw another incredibly low-scoring affair where the 49ers defense is going to have to be the anchor this week. So with all of that being said, putting the Kittle injury into context, putting the Purdy injury into context, of course, Purdy, a long shot to play this week, and this could be a multi-week absence for Brock Purdy as he deals with the toe. Diana Rossini of The Athletic called it turf toe. I think the 49ers are reluctant to call it turf toe. Kyle Shanahan said it's not quite that, maybe something different, but nevertheless, not the type of injury that any quarterback or any team that has a quarterback who's paid the kind of money that Purdy earns wants their starter to be dealing with. So, with all of that being said, how does this offense change with Mac Jones under center? Well, Jones, coming out of Alabama, was obviously a target of Kyle Shanahan. We all knew that there was potential for the 49ers to make Mac Jones their franchise quarterback in that 2021 draft when they moved up from number 12 to number 3, gave up those 3 first-round picks to go and ultimately select Trey Lance. But for a long time there, it looked as if Mac Jones was going to be the guy coming out of that class. And you think about that 21 quarterback class right now: Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, and Mac Jones. And of all the guys who you might trust to get you a win right now, is Jones number 2, number 3 on that list? Obviously, Lawrence is 1, and I've always been a big Justin Fields fan, but he has not been able to consistently win at the NFL level. I don't think he's been in great situations, but we'll see if the 49ers are a better situation for Mac Jones than the New England Patriots ended up being. It's been an interesting career for Jones, who's 20-29, but with 10 of those wins coming in his rookie season in 2021 when he made the Pro Bowl, when he was surrounded by a great defense that Bill Belichick had back then. And I think since then, we've started to see the limitations that ultimately probably prevented the 49ers from taking Jones number 3 overall. I think Kyle Shanahan really liked the processing that he saw from the Alabama quarterback at the time. I think he really liked the decision-making that he saw in that pro-style offense. I think Steve Sarkisian was actually the offensive coordinator back then for Nick Saban's Crimson Tide, if I'm not mistaken. Please do chime in on the text line if I'm wrong there. But I think he saw a scheme that was not all that different from his own and that could make for a relatively easy transition to the NFL level. The difference was if the 49ers were going to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo, which they were clearly determined to do after that 2020 season, they wanted to find someone who gave them significant athletic upside. And I think Jones has the arm talent to succeed at the NFL level. He just doesn't have the ability to extend plays and make off-schedule throws in the same way that, say, even a Brock Purdy does. Purdy, is never going to beat anyone in the 40-yard dash, but he is exceptionally quick in getting outside the pocket and making quick reads. And sometimes those reads aren't always the best reads, but, sometimes those reads are like the final play from Sunday's game in Seattle. The 49ers offense ran competitively, and that was Purdy off schedule, rolling from left to right all the way across the field and heaving the ball up to Jake Tonjes in the corner of the end zone. And was it the prettiest throw of all time? No. Was it maybe even the best decision of all time? Certainly not. Reek Woolen could have stepped in front of that and come up with a game-sealing interception for the Seattle Seahawks. But instead, he threw up a 50-50 ball, gave his wide receiver a chance to go get it, and Tonjes, who had, 2 career catches at that point, both coming on that drive, goes up and snags the game-winning touchdown for the San Francisco 49ers in dramatic fashion. And I think that in that moment, we saw how valuable it is for a quarterback to have the escapability, the pocket presence, and the know-how, the where-how to get out of the pocket and make plays with his feet. And to me, that's something that Jones never really exhibited in New England with a few different head coaches, a couple different offensive coordinators. Actually, I think it was just one head coach that he had in Belichick. So when they brought in Gerard Mayo last year, he ends up going to the Jacksonville Jaguars to back up Trevor Lawrence. Wasn't the best situation for him there. He ends up starting 7 games with Lawrence out for a portion of the season, goes 2-5 as the starter for Jacksonville, completes 65% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. So didn't exactly regress, but didn't take a step forward from the 2023 season when he ultimately lost his starting job in New England. Went 2-9, 10 touchdowns, 12 interceptions that year. And we've seen the yards per attempt pretty consistently under 7 for the last 30 starts of his NFL career. So save for his rookie season when he averaged 7.3 yards per attempt and threw for more than 3,800 yards. Jones has gone backward, and it was 22 touchdowns, 13 interceptions as a rookie. It was 14-11, that ratio in his sophomore season. 2023, 10-12, and last year, 8-8 in the Jacksonville offense. And this is someone who has never consistently rolled out of the pocket and made plays on the run with regularity. Last season in Jacksonville, in 7 games started, 10 games that he ultimately appeared in for the Jaguars, 28 rushing attempts, 92 yards, 1 touchdown. Did have 12 first downs on the ground, but some of those almost certainly sneaks. And it's just a different level of athleticism that you're getting from Brock Purdy, and I think that's going to be the biggest difference in these two quarterbacks. Like I said, I actually like Jones' ability to make the right read at the line of scrimmage, to understand where the ball needs to go, and that's why I think that Kyle Shanahan's offense represents maybe the best situation that he's had in his young NFL career. Remember, Mac Jones is still, 26, 27 years old? This is someone who can still author a new narrative at the NFL level. I mean, we've seen Sam Darnold come to San Francisco and do this. When Darnold arrived with the San Francisco 49ers a couple of years ago, he was washed up. There were certainly teams that would have been willing to take a chance on him, but no one who wanted Sam Darnold to come in and start games for them at that point. He comes into Kyle Shanahan's system, doesn't play. He's backing up Brock Purdy at the time, but does get that Week 18 experience later on in that season, and ultimately gets the opportunity with the Minnesota Vikings and goes on to have tremendous regular season success last year. The arm talent was always there for Sam Darnold. It was just a question of, could he play in the right system where he was shown the ability to process and given the time to make good decisions and surrounded by weapons who can get the job done for you at the NFL level. And I think that was something that Darnold didn't have in Carolina. It was something that he didn't have with the New York Jets. And in San Francisco with the 49ers, he played, 1 game? But it was apparent to other NFL coaches that there still could be better days ahead for Sam Darnold. And credit to Kevin O'Connell with the Minnesota Vikings for bringing him in, who runs a system not all that different from what Kyle Shanahan runs in San Francisco, for turning him into a very workable quarterback last year after J.J. McCarthy went down with the injury during training camp. I still think Darnold would have opened the season as their starter, but that was, I don't think, decided at that point when McCarthy did go down with the injury. And then Darnold parlays that into an opportunity with the Seattle Seahawks and Mike McDonald. And no, he didn't look great against Robert Saleh in this 49ers defense in Week 1, but I don't think the Seahawks are going to have any sort of a QB controversy. I don't think they're, middle of this season going to turn things over to Jalen Milroe and say, go get it for us. I think that Darnold has proven that he could be the guy, and I think that if Mac Jones makes the most of this opportunity in San Francisco with the 49ers, he could head into next offseason with a similar chance to what Sam Darnold had coming out of San Francisco and studying Kyle Shanahan's system. And maybe it's not a QB1 somewhere, but maybe it is a QB competition, a team that's ready to draft a quarterback, but not necessarily in the top 3 or top 4 picks. And you all of a sudden have someone who could come in and could have proven in this time with the 49ers that he can win you football games. So it all starts this week for Mac Jones against the New Orleans Saints. And David Lombardi wrote a great article for the San Francisco Standard, published late this afternoon, about the differences that you'll see in a Mac Jones-led offense versus a Brock Purdy offense for the San Francisco 49ers. And the first thing Lombardi wrote about was, of course, the escapability. I think we all know that Brock is just really good at getting out, wiggling his way out of the pocket and extending plays. I think that it's something that we've become accustomed to for this 49ers team, and it's certainly how they won on Sunday against the Seahawks. But also, you have to keep in mind that there is no George Kittle this week. There is no Brandon Ayuk this week. I think that Juwan Jennings has a shot to play, but there's no guarantee that you're going to have Juwan Jennings out there on Sunday. So if you are Mac Jones, it is going to be a heavy reliance, once again, on Christian McCaffrey to go win you this football game against the New Orleans Saints. The 49ers are almost certainly going to have to run the ball with McCaffrey 20-plus times this week, just as they did against the Seattle Seahawks when he carried 22 times for 69 yards. But again, I would not be shocked if you saw a high volume of passes early in this game, even if the 49ers aren't necessarily using screen routes specifically or explicitly. I think that you would just look to get McCaffrey in space. And Lombardi also wrote something that I found very interesting, and I didn't see this upon watching the game on Sunday after George Kittle went out, but the 49ers used Kyle Juszczyk as an inline tight end on about 15 snaps on Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks. And I wonder if they'd be willing to do that again, because you look at the 49ers tight ends in-house at the moment, and Jake Tonjes obviously caught some passes at the end of the game, but more of a blocking tight end. Luke Farrell, certainly someone who was brought in to be a blocking tight end, a Charlie Warner type for this 49ers offense. And I think that, if they're going to use someone who's a bigger body, who they can still rely on in the run game to block, but also can go out and catch passes for you, maybe you do see Kyle Juszczyk lined up as an inline tight end on a couple of occasions for the San Francisco 49ers this week. So I think that's going to be a fascinating development if they start to use Juszczyk over the next 2-3 weeks. But ultimately, this Brock Purdy injury comes at, in my opinion, if you're going to miss Brock Purdy at all, and it goes without saying that a lot of players miss time during a 17-game season. You don't want your quarterback to go down, but if he's going to miss time, this might be the pocket of the schedule where you're okay with it happening. Obviously, you have to take care of business, and I think Mac Jones is capable of beating the New Orleans Saints. I think that he will receive a better performance from this offensive line where Trent Williams and Dominic Puni kind of looked out of sorts on Sunday in Seattle. I think that this defensive line for the Saints, while it's good, while it could show that it could pressure the quarterback against Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals in Week 1, it is not nearly what we saw with Mike McDonald's unit in Seattle. Another big test for the 49ers up front for Jake Brendel, for Colt McKivitz, the center and right tackle positions, especially McKivitz coming off that contract extension that he earned this week, the 3-year, $45 million deal. But those guys have to keep the pocket clean. Jones has to make the right first and second reads. And ultimately, something that could benefit Mac Jones, he's got Kendrick Bourne coming to the San Francisco 49ers. Bourne familiar with the Shanahan offense from the first 4 seasons of his NFL career, but also familiar with Mac Jones after he left Santa Clara at the beginning of his NFL career. Following the first 4 seasons with the 49ers, he went to New England and he paired with Mac Jones. These two have a little bit of chemistry together. So you could see some Kyle Juszczyk in the passing game, running as an inline tight end instead of a fullback. You could see Kendrick Bourne taking the field more frequently than you might see him had he, come to a different team with a different backup quarterback. But Mac Jones is the guy, and they've already developed that chemistry. And you're certainly going to need to see a lot of Ricky Pearsall this week. There's no question in my mind that Ricky Pearsall will play incredibly important role for the 49ers, and he had developed significant chemistry with Brock Purdy throughout training camp. Those two were clearly on the same page. It was impressive. It was exactly what you wanted from each of those players. But nevertheless, with Purdy out and with Mac Jones in, you don't want to see any kind of a drop-off with Ricky Pearsall on the field with Mac Jones. He's got to continue to be the wide receiver 1 that the 49ers drafted him to be, and he's shown the capability of being in his last 3 NFL football games dating back to last season. So with that, kind of a long, rambling way of explaining the changes in the 49ers offense that you will see with Mac Jones on Sunday in lieu of Brock Purdy, who was a long shot per Coach Kyle Shanahan to play. I think we all saw that news, but to me, the more significant news is that this could be a multi-week absence, which could stretch into Week 3 against the Jacksonville Jaguars at home, potentially even Week 4 against the Arizona Cardinals at home. We will learn more as we learn more about Brock Purdy, the nature of this injury, and the significance that it will have on the way that this 49ers offense takes shape when they take the field on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. So I am Kerry Crowley. I want to thank everyone who contributed to this evening's show. Giants go down this afternoon 5-3, of course, to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tough one for San Francisco. The offense just could not hit Eduardo Rodriguez early. Rafael Devers robbed of a home run late, but did come up with a big 2-run double off of, and I say robbed, it was hit high off of the right field wall. Would have been a home run in 29 of 30 parks, but we all know how Oracle Park plays, even on a sunny day out there, which it was at the ballpark for most of the afternoon. But nevertheless, this is a long, rambling way of me saying goodbye and saying that I will be with you again tomorrow night. Very much looking forward to that show. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Feel free to dial in. I'll be talking a lot more 49ers football, previewing this matchup with the New Orleans Saints, and continuing to dive into all the different ways the 49ers can try to win with Mac Jones under center. So with that, I'm saying so long for the evening. Appreciate everyone who dialed in, called in, and listened in tonight. If you're out on the roads, please do get home safely. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR, and you are listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.